Where am I? There I am. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you're doing well today. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome to the Table Adventures. Hopefully you're drinking plenty of water, taking plenty or good care of yourselves, getting plenty of rest. We'll hop into games shortly. I don't exactly have any announcements, like, subscribe, favorites, all that other stuff. Hi, Chad. Hi, Lobo. Hi, Mala. Hopefully you're all doing well. Yes, if I lean over a little bit, my wings are in the way. Yes, wickedWhiskers is going to be doing art with us again today. Yeah, I think that's about it. So I'm just gonna bring us to the table because I don't have much to say. Oh, here comes the cheese, of course. Cheese incoming. Table view. I'm also getting patted.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yep, so am I. Not much to say today.
Oh,
Just wait for Taya to pop back and then we can do introductions. Ow. Guys, ow. 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 Dead. You killed me. Can't game now.
Oh dear.
Thanks for the bits, Ido. Or Ido.
I'm here now.
All right, I guess we'll start off
Hooray.
with introductions. And because I don't want to go first today, hey, last.
Oh no. Hello, everybody. I am Carcerus, also known as Key. I play Lost the Paladin. And on to Arc Resident Catchuck.
Thank you, Zam.
I am Viv. I play Shoal Brinecoat, the chaotic gremlin ranger, and I eat things. Very bitey. On to whoever wants to go next.
I'll go. I'm Vari, aka Frit, the mute musician bard Kitsune.
1 second here. Thank you for the bits, Lobo. And yes, that puts us in a hype train. Enjoy the music, guys. Go ahead, Taya, while the music is pumping you on.
My name is Ernesto Tango. I am playing Dr. Gerhard Volt. He's German. He's a scientist. He's insane. He's definitely not Dr. Wily in disguise. Okay, I think Zim is the only one left.
Yep, Zim. Also, thank you for the
Hello,
gift subs.
everyone. I am Raw Zim, and I am playing as sentient feral African wild dog, fae, kineticist, entropist kineticist. Yes, that's right. Valferrera.
Hello, thank you so much for joining today. I'm your GM, Drunk Dragon Arrow, from my own channel. I am just the GM and apparently a god of some form. And let me see what we got in the docket. I don't know if I have any fan art right now. I'm double checking though. I might have missed something. Also, we've reached level 2 in the hype train. Thank you. Or no, we're still at level 1. Thank you, Zim. Cool, people should actually be able to hear now. The music is loud. Nope, I don't think I have any fan art this time round, so... Checking private messages as well. You'd think I would have been more collected than this.
Wasn't there the... No, that was something else.
As I'm being cheesed to death. Nope, I'm not seeing any fan art right now. So if I'm wrong, sorry, Rajan, just yell at me.
There is one fan art.
Is there?
Yes.
Oh, the red panda lawyers.
Oh, no, this one. Right. I forgot about that one.
but I can't share it yet because I usually do it after the recap, just because I have the icons being shown right now.
Well, let's
That's
go.
fair.
Let's go ahead and do a recap then, just really quick. I'll switch mine over. Ow. Go ahead, Key.
Right then. Welcome everybody to the table. Last time was session 11. Bugs or people? Which is worse? And we started off with us getting prepared to make camp. Fred pulls out an incense stick and sets it alight to help ward off insects. Grabbing some tobacco from his bag, the mute fox also lights it with a spark to slow burn. While he inhales some, it's also mostly to keep bugs away. As the group settles in, Dextro pulls himself from Last Shadow to give a debriefing on what he's learned so far today. Lost shares what the group has gone through during the day, and Dex shares what he's learned about the nearby settlements and their society. It's mostly trivial information, such as there being 2 domesticated species and some sort of sweet grain-like substance that is used to make a bread equivalent. However, there is apparently some sort of horror in the desert nearby that resembles a giant caterpillar, at least according to Dextral's sketches. The most interesting info, however, is that the people of this world use magic by conjuring spirits from the bones of creatures. This makes blending in relatively easy, so long as Paint and Shoal are disguised to look ethereal or ghostly in some fashion. Since the insects of the forest are not kind to wooden beings, Dexter leaves shortly after the conversation reaches a natural conclusion. This leaves Fragment Not Found to determine watches together. Last and Paint take the first watch, Fred takes the second, and Shoal the third. While the first watch goes over quietly, there are many small bugs that buzz and flitter about annoyingly. Lost isn't particularly bothered by them, but Paint noms at the insects, and Rex splashes the bugs while chasing them. Eventually, Fret is awakened for a second watch, allowing Lost and Paint to return to their rudimentary lean-to. While he's sitting by the campfire, Fret notices something glinting in the firelight in his peripheral vision. The glimmer isn't moving, but it does sit at the edge of the light. Pulling out a sunrod, the kitsune cracks at a light and tosses it towards the glimmer. When nothing happens, he goes to retrieve his sunrod, finding the glint to be a stone of some kind. It appears to be a translucent, vibrant pink sort of stone, growing out of the ground. Using some detection magics, Fred determines it to not be fiendish or magical in nature. Reaching down, he grasps the stone to try and pull it from the earth. In spite of his best efforts to tug and pull, he cannot get the stone out via brute force. Rather than waking his companions, he spends most of his watch digging out the gemstone, sliding it into his pack once he's done. During Shoal's watch, his ears prick up at the distant sound of approaching creatures. Not merely a few creatures, but the sound of a stampeding herd of large creatures coming towards the camp. Shoal calls out to the others that they've got company, rousing them so they aren't trampled. Dr. Volt and Fret both emerge from their tents, grabbing them and dragging them out of the way from the stampeding creatures. Last picks up his bedroll, he and Paint moving out of the way of the herd's immediate path. Picking the closest tree currently in the way of the stampede, Shoal climbs to the top of it. Once there, he hides in the foliage and waits for the herd to get closer. As the stampede approaches, both Volt and Fret continue to move their tents further away. Stuffing his bedroll in his pack as he follows suit and moving further away, Lost glances around and notices Shoal is absent. Paint prepares to attack if the herd is hostile towards the group. The herd is of large creatures that resemble bison with 6 stubby legs. With Foof out of the way, the hexabison stampede through, only putting out the campfire rather than trampling the tents and recallers. Once all is clear, everything is relocated back to its original spots. Fred dispensing a little extra healing on Shoal as he notices some scrapes that had been missed earlier. In the morning, Fred makes some tea, going around asking if his friends want tea or coffee. Last requests coffee, and at first Fred writes out a jest saying, "No, it's tea," which gets a very drowsy response from the waking Vapor Cat. Even so, Last Lost is presented with a cup of coffee in a few moments, which pleases him. Paint tries the coffee, but finds the straight black stuff that Last prefers unpalatable. Once everyone is woken up enough, and Lost is permitted to stand up since Paint was sleeping on top of him originally, the question is put out if the group wants to try leaving the forest. For the most part, nobody wants to really move from their camping spot while they wait for Dextrel to return. Paint goes to the campfire to retrieve Rex, his element having shifted to fire today, and then gives his ball to Last to play fetch. Meanwhile, Fret pulls out his new gemstone to show off to his friends. Ah, yes, that's why Lost wouldn't have noticed the gemstone originally. He was playing fetch. Dr. Volt is able to identify the stone as a desert rose agate, a rare stone from dry environments that can be worth 100 to 200 seals, depending on its quality. If it could be worked into jewelry or carved properly, it might be worth more. At the 24-hour mark, just about exactly, Dextrel pops out of the shadows and takes everyone out of the sphere. This trip isn't marked by any severe sickness or anything, only a little bit of nausea at worst. Improvement. Getting back to Threshold, nothing strange happens for once. Fret collapses to the ground and gives a thumbs up when asked if he's okay. Eventually, he gets back to his feet unsteadily, handing over the evidence bag to Last when prompted so he doesn't need to carry it. As Fragment goes through the main building, the gnomish clerk watches Fret, pulling a wire such that confetti falls upon the kitsune, all the while looking incredibly disdainful. Fret takes his time gathering the confetti, scribbling out thanks to the gnome, who squints at him. Rather than go straight to the client's house, Fragment go about dealing with the rest of the things they gathered from the dry danger world. The butcher pays 25 seals to each of the recallers for the monkey crickets, as those are the new thing for the Twilight Realm, though he gives nothing for the pesterbird meat. It's almost like that's already a common thing here. After the meat is dealt with, Fragment take the skulls before they can be discarded, keeping them for their client. Last also keeps the tart berries and cocoa nuts for himself, so he may be the first to cook with them. Speaking of Foof's client, however, they return the evidence bag to him and he is thrilled. Though when he takes a bite of the pre-cooked bird, he's mildly disappointed by the taste. In spite of this, Fragment Not Found are paid a total of 6,000 seals for their work, including for the skulls they provided at the client's request. Paint stares hungrily at the bag of coinage. Lost gently asks for patience, suggesting the party convene at his bakery to divvy up their spoils. Along the way back to Echo's kindness, there's a brief moment where Last notices a similarity between Fret's agate and a poisonous substance from his homeworld. His recalling of the time he got stabbed with said substance caused his friends some more concern in spite of him insisting he's fine, really. I mean, he already died once. What's the worst that could happen? At the bakery, however, is a report waiting for Lost at the doorstep. When he reaches for it, Paint snatches up the report, then hands it to Last, tail wagging happily. Inside, Lost sets down the bag of seals on the table for his friends to figure out while he reads out the reports to those present. Sadly, these are reports of more incidents, not what Last was hoping to see. First and foremost was a murder attempt on a council member that they were not made aware of happening. Second is that people have been spying on residents of the Golden Horizon district. While Last reads these reports, the seals are divvied up to 1,200 to each member of FOOF. It is also decided to keep the agate until an appropriate use is found for it or it's needed for emergency funds. Dr. Volt has saved up enough to absorb his store of seals to increase in power, which he does so as immediately as possible. Lost looks increasingly unhappy as he paces about with the reports in hand, causing Paint to hug at his leg and whine. After a bit of this, the smoke line relents and sets aside his reports for now. He and Paint can do officer work later. Later, however, as Lost wishes to bake with his newly acquired ingredients. Getting assistance from Paint and Rex, Last has a surprisingly good time utilizing entirely new ingredients. The baker makes sure to set aside some of the berries and nuts to be sent off later so they can be replicated here in Twilight. Once all is said and done, Fragment Not Found split apart to go about their daily, or nightly, lives in Twilight. Shoal goes back to ferrying people, occasionally going to visit the bar. On one of the fight nights, Betty sits next to Shoal with her sleeves rolled up. Betty makes sure the cat shark knows she isn't an arc, and slides over an envelope to Shoal once he confirms he's friends with an officer type. Then, strangely, Betty leaves rather than watches the fights like she usually does. After Betty is gone, the cat shark takes the envelope and goes to find Last Lost. When it comes to Fred, he manages to make 5 seals as he works, but many people are afraid of traveling at the moment. He overhears that the Cough have gotten involved, but not involved, with this problematic game between the two organizations in the city. One of Fred's clients specifically asks him to guide him around the long way across town, not wanting to cut through the main city as usual. He seems very nervous about being in the main city and being out alone while drunk. Dr. Volt takes advantage of his improved abilities by dabbling in brewing potions between tinkering on his latest device. At some point in time, Volt's boss comes into his office poking at a vial of strange substance. He requests that Volt have Last come back to the lab to test something for him and make adjustments to his mask. When he asks if there's an issue that has cropped up, Dr. Morin explains that they've never made a mask for someone like Lost before and would like to see if adjustments need to be made, among other things. That aside, Volt reports that potion production is proceeding flawlessly and has been able to replicate the tensile wire from an alias. Sadly, he has yet to consistently replicate the tensile wire, unlike with his recent stint with healing potions. Dr. Morin is pleased with this, and makes note he has a safety harness design in the works that could use such tensile wires in their construction. Outside of his guide work, Fred's requisition forms get answered, although he only receives a few things, mainly an astrolabe and a cracked blue sphere ion stone. Paint finally goes up to Last Lost and sends him images of him in the boardroom with the contract, reading said contract, and similar mental imagery. It takes a little bit, but the smoke line finally understands that Paint wants to learn how to be better at law and contracts. There are many colleges throughout Twilight, and Last is more than happy to spend a day going around them with Paint to find the right college for the Fae Canine. When they find one that Paint settles on, he needs to complete an entrance exam to test his aptitude for the curriculum. While Paint manages to excel in several areas, the one he stumbles at is mathematics. Each semester will cost approximately 900 seals according to the proctor available at the time, but there are scholarships available to help cover the costs. Since Lost and Paint are both active recallers, it's possible for Paint to get a scholarship based on that if an application is filled out. When Last goes into the guard offices, he finds more people there than he's ever seen, busier than he's ever seen. Weaving past his co-workers, he finds his captain pacing in their office. Entering quietly, Lost addresses the captain and their current situation. Things aren't fun anymore, and in fact the guard now has to do their job and do it seriously. For some reason, the Cough aren't getting involved in spite of recent events, and even the captain's boss doesn't have answers as to why. She suggests Lost talk to his patron, Maybe they know what's going on at the moment. For now, however, Last is given his patrol assignment at Eclipse Warfront, since he's familiar with the area. So for now, both Last and Paint go on patrol for much of the week. As the new week arrives, Fragment Not Found reconvene at the bakery by some twist of fate. They each go about informing each other of the recent events for each other, including the letter She'll acquired and Morin's meeting request. Last opens the letter and finds it is addressed to an Agent 32, telling them to watch a Subject X in the Lunar Snow Haven and to report back. It seems to be related to the Sol Syndicate based on the last lines of the letter, which then self-destructs in Lost's hands. While the others scramble to get the contents of the letter copied down, Lost stands there stunned. After a few moments, he turns away from the group and swears profusely, venting out an amount of stress before calming down enough to continue conversing. Frustrating as the self-destructing letter is, it's not productive to dwell on it, especially as Dr. Volt is capable of transcribing the contents of the letter just about exactly. Rather than stay stressed, Last puts his current feelings into baking, putting out a tray full of croissant sharks for Shoal in particular. Crush sharks, if you will. Yet even while doing this, he mutters to himself over the many things he now has to deal with and take care of in potentially very short order. He needs to get college applications done, inform his captain what they've learned, stake out the snowfield, talk to Erebane, and talk to that council member who... Paint pounces Lost to the ground, causing the smoke line to tumble, Largetail crushing the last of Shoal's sharks in a tragic accident.
How dare.
Indeed. Forcing Last to focus on him, Paint sends soothing images to calm down his ward, finally getting Last to take a deep breath. It takes a while, but eventually Lost collects himself and begins directing his allies to different tasks so as to better take care of the situations at hand. Firstly, he requests Dr. Volt take the copied letter to the guard captain, presenting his badge to help get the scientists that far. When concerns about tipping the group's hand too soon are voiced, Last suggests committing the guard captain to secrecy, as there is likely an agent amongst the guards at this point. Next is Shoal, whom Last asked to go talk to their non-existent informant, who provided them the letter in the first place. For Fred, he asked the Kitsune to talk to the council member who nearly got murdered, leaning on their influence as recallers, if need be. Finally, both Lost and Paint will be going to see Erebane. If anyone can tell them why the Koth have not gotten involved, it would be him. Making sure everyone is okay with these tasks, Last then dons his paladin armor to head out with Paint to make a visit to his patron, hoping that making a display of himself will distract prying eyes from his allies. Last, Lost, and Paint head for the bridge to nothing, and before they see Erebane, they see three of the largest Koth, the Guardians, in the distance. As they get closer, they also see two Erebanes, all five of them arguing. Unfortunately, Paint has to drag Lost out again, as the Vapor Cat's prior trauma rears its ugly head once more. At a distance, Paint can already tell the argument has been going on for days. Last regains his faculties in time for he and Paint to approach the argument, the two of them barely registering response at first from the deific figures. As the paladin begins to insert himself into the argument, he finally receives some answers as to why the Koth have not been intervening. Erebane, both his present body and soul, are refusing to directly fix the city's current problem, nor allowing the founding Koth to do so. It robs mortal souls of their agency, and causes them to rely almost entirely on the Koth to solve all their problems. This is the third large issue the Koth have asked Erebane to step in for, and now he is refusing on those grounds. Lost finally understands what's going on and agrees with Erebane, although he suggests permitting the lesser Koth to support the guard, but not completely solve the problems present. He argues against the founders until they leave, claiming they'll be back to argue with Erebane again. If anything, this debate has galvanized Last's resolve as part of the city guard. This problem with the organizations at play needs to be solved by the mortal souls of the city, not by the immortal souls whose job is to protect the realm from outside threats. During this argument, Paint has been determinedly gnawing and barking at the founding cough, feeling very accomplished when they leave. Lost pets over Paint, calling him a good boy for his efforts. Arabane's body soon starts nudging Lass back down the bridge, heading to a bar. He needs alcohol after that argument, and both Lost and Paint soon follow to join him. Back at the Recallers bar in the wharves, Shoal asks Captain Tooth where Betty is. Tooth is taken aback and stiffly asks the cat shark why he needs to know where Betty is. After some hemming and hawing, Shoal gives Tooth a flimsy excuse to save his bones from a Betty brand breaking. The address Shoal obtains is for, surprisingly, the Pleasant Meadows. When the yokai hunter finally comes upon Betty's abode, everything clicks into place when he sees the sign at the front of the home. Mrs. Betty, teacher. Knocking on the door, Shoal is greeted pleasantly by Betty for half a second before she invites the cat shark in through grit teeth. There's a feeling of intense danger that begins to constantly surround the cat shark. Betty angrily demands to know why Shoal is here, where her students come to. Awkwardly, he tries to explain that he needs more information to go on for the agents involved in that letter he picked up off a desk somewhere. Unfortunately, Betty doesn't know much about appearances. She just saw one of the idiots doing a meetup drop the letter as they were leaving. They were wearing trilby hats and trench coats and were humanoid. That's it. There isn't much more Betty can give, but for the trouble, Shoal promises to ask as a mascot for school stuff as a cover. This is why we have Shoal fan art that is on the table.
Yep, I will show that once we're back. Just that way we can remind everybody.
Yep, a promise that Betty will definitely cash in on, assuming Shoal isn't on her colors business away from Twilight. When she ends the conversation, Betty decides to go make dinner, leaving Shoal in her home. Shoal, of course, leaves as quickly and quietly from Betty's home as possible. He's gotten what he came for, at least as much as is possible. But now, Lost definitely owes him a lot more crushed sharks in compensation. At the guard barracks, Dr. Volt approaches the front desk, an officer busy behind it. Or at least appearing to be. Greeting the desk officer, Volt shows off Last Lost badge as proof of why he is present at the barracks. Gerhard is presented with a sign-in sheet and asked to sign in and that the captain of the guard would be out to see him shortly. The desk officer pages the captain, then mentions the stress ball will be here soon. He also asked the doctor to tell the captain they were doing the important work. Captain Lenicus walks out soon enough and greets Volt, who informs Lenicus that they are there on behalf of Officer Last Lost. When asked why Lost didn't come themselves, Volt says they had another task to attend to, and Volt was not occupied. Presenting the copy of the letter, Dr. Volt asks them to keep the information within hush-hush. Groaning, Lenicus reads the copied letter and starts making multiple expressions. Volt states they may end up performing a sting operation. Another groan, the guard captain incredibly frustrated and frazzled by all the things that are happening right now. Throwing up her hands, the captain says they're going to go screaming coherently. Fragment can do what they want, but Lenicus expects Last Lost to file a report. He knows what paperwork to do. And thus, Dr. Volt is left to his devices. Task completed. At the council chambers, Fret writes on his chalkboard to tell the guards he is there to interview the counselor in question. Since that's not the guard's job, Fret asks where he might find the counselor. Their eyes narrow at the foxfolk, but they tell him where the counselor's office is, at least. Realizing he's coming off as kind of suspicious, Fret informs the guards he's part of the Recallers, under the team headed by Last Lost. When asked why Last Lost didn't come, Fret scribbles that he's probably busy at the edge of nothing. The guards continue to squint, but still direct the kitsune to the office, stating all inquiries must go through there. Giving the guards a thumbs up, Fret heads inside. He finds many more guards in the building, though whenever he gets close, they squint at him. It's fine. He's used to getting looks like that. Making it up to the office, he finds his secretary at the desk, who addresses Fred. When he gets informed the earliest appointment is in a month, he tells the secretary it's urgent. She then asks several questions as to why Fred is trying to get an interview and is surprised that none of them have to do with being disgruntled over the counselor's work. Although the secretary is still suspect when he states his business is guard/recaller's business. Offering tea or coffee, Fred lets her pick which ends up being coffee. Baffled why the recallers might be getting involved, the secretary supplies Fred with 2 forms. One for a guard meeting requisition form and one for a recallers meeting requisition form. On the forms, the kitsune writes down the names of Last Lost and Lenikis for the first, and Last Lost and Tooth for the second. Taking the papers back, the secretary asks to be given a day to get back to him. After she confirms she can get in contact with Last Lost, she asks if there's anything else she can do for Fred today. Fred looks at her cup of coffee, and she provides him one in a paper cup before he leaves. In a few days, Tooth will be getting a message about the meeting, and will be very resilient to the idea of going to it. Now all that remains is to speak with the counselor, and for last to go to Dr. Morin's meeting.
Ba ba ba.
Ba-ba-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-ba.
Back to table view. Fancy transitions go. All right, let's cover fan art really quickly. Got the first
All
one
right.
up.
So, on my screen here, of course, first off, we have Shoal in a very pretty bow.
Right, that one. Showing a pretty bow. Raijin did a fantastic job and finished it up. Doesn't he look so happy?
Wait, he finished it?
Look at the table. He cleaned it up.
Could you send me the file?
I can send you the link to the file, I think. I have that on hand.
Oh, okay, I've got the same version.
Okay.
I was going to say, it looks the same as the one that's on your stream.
Yep.
Okay.
I've got another one. I just sent you, but we'll get to that one.
And otherwise, the only other fan art that I've been given is... Oh, you do have another one. I
Yep.
see. Raijin's interpretation of what Paint's first words are going to be.
Throw the ball or perish.
I need to thank Generto for the sub. So thank you, Generto,
nice.
for the sub.
Yep. And then one last one that I'm going to explain really quickly. Apparently in a stream a long time ago, I said that my favorite sign language is exploding sea turtle. Because it's just funny to me. And Raijin actually went out and drew Arabane doing exploding sea turtle. So, if you ever want to know what exploding sea turtle is, here's the closest you're going to get to a representation of it. Because I don't think my hand tracking can actually catch this. Come on. Nope, it can't. But yeah. And
My favorite sign language is some crane operator sign language. It effectively means boom up, you're on my guy.
nice. I'm surprised that it's not cheese. Oh, that's not going to show up either. A lot of people like the sign language for cheese. If you don't, it is you basically push your palms together in front of you and just rub your hands back and forth. That's cheese. At least in American Sign Language. You can have your image back, Viv. I know you're going to keep that forever. That's never leaving the table. Otherwise, Viv will scream. The sign language for Dragon Ball's Kamehameha Man. No.
Ow. My back popped.
Oh no. Oh, random funny thing that I realized while fiddling with scaling up and scaling down things.
Oh,
So you know the banana?
what'd you do, the banana?
It's locked, but it's still scalable.
Oh, jeez. So I'm gonna look down there one day, and there's gonna be a giant banana. Oh, in case people haven't seen the table from this angle before, yes, I stuck a cardboard cutout myself behind the DM screen, or the GM screen. Just that way the players have something to look at. Jeez, criminy. All right. So to go ahead and set the scene, since everybody had their task done, I believe there is one particular scene that needs to be completed, which is Last Lost did go to the bar with his patron.
Yeah. Because, oh boy, all this stuff. Bar necessary.
Yes. Erebane actually goes to a bar in the Eclipse Warfront. He sits down, and you guys are probably going to sit there silently unless you have any questions for him for a while. It's one of those cases where he sits down and a drink is just set in front of him.
For the record, paint is there, right?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Just wanted to make sure.
So I see the outline of the banana shrink. Praise banana.
Praise banana.
Praise banana.
But if you don't have any questions for him, after a while, Erebane will set down his drink and go, there are a lot of reasons why I do a lot of things. Did you know I never technically ascended?
If you had, you probably wouldn't be in the position you're in now.
That's hard to say. When you ascend, your power, your soul, and your physical form all merge into one thing, and you get tied to your domains. And through all of my mortal life, starting from when I did terrible things, into doing more terrible things, into targeting other people for terrible things, I was doing it for one purpose. And something I learned as well along the way is that gods forget what it's like to be mortal. They get to this power level and tie themselves down to their morals and ideals and concepts, and then just see mortals as tools, energy, or some of them really do care, but they don't understand. If I did ascend, I could probably do a lot more here. My power is locked by the fact I am mortal to a certain degree after everything I've done. Which is odd because you're also my paladin. So something I'm going to ask of you, paladin.
Anything.
Make your own damn choices. Don't look to me for all the answers to every question and every answer. Learn from your experiences, please. Prove to me that mortal life isn't as shitty as I have seen them be. I get tired of this.
Do you really think I won't make my own choices without you?
Yes, that is an expectation. Hate to put all the pressure on you, but he says, taking a drink.
Lost sits at the table, just sort of slumps a bit. His tail is kind of in the way for some people. They're probably not used to two big tails.
Listen, last.
Paint is soft behind there, batting at his tail.
Things he's used to. Listen, last. I believe in freedom of choice and freedom of decision making. The cough and the council are continuing to push me to be a god and just ascend already and do all these things that I could do.
That's not what you want.
I don't think it's what the city needs. It goes against my moral values. On top of that, who knows what had actually happened to this place? Either I would totally, stabilize it, or
Or it would become as screwed up as every other afterlife. At the end of the day, I do look to you for guidance, but not for everything. I like to think I'm getting better. It's easier for me to follow, even after over 100 years.
try a few thousand. You'll never be perfect because perfect simply does not exist. Trust me, there are some elder beings out there that would love to come in here and have an argument to me with that, but let's just hope they're not paying attention. I don't like elder beings here.
Unless they're a sphere and completely isolated from everything else, they aren't perfect. He smirks a bit. That was supposed to be a jab.
I understood. I'm feeling tugs. I apologize.
It's okay.
You are a champion of free will. If you're a paladin of mine,
And that's why this is important. What's going on now?
yep, it sucks, he says as he puts his drink back, slams it down for another one, and looks over at you and goes, yeah, this situation's screwed up. Have fun.
He suddenly groans and then just sort of slouches forward, lays his head on the table, his arms dangling limp at his sides. Oh, I'm going to have to do leader things, aren't I?
You chose this path, not me.
Permission to groan.
You have your own free will.
Yeah, but I'm asking because it would be rude.
Groan all you want.
Uh, and I still have to go to a meeting with Morin.
Just take a shot, but wait, you're liquid. Gas. You're gas, yes. Hey, bartender, can you gaseous form alcohol?
Isn't that what beer foam is?
You don't want beer form off my beer. The bartender just kind of looks up, gives this I'm not dealing with your crap look, and goes back to work.
Lass just raises a hand, does the so-so motion. At this point, I'm dense enough I could be considered a liquid.
I could make it worse.
Adjusts how he's laying his head so he can give Arabane a bit of a look.
Paint is going around the bar, begging at various tables for food.
You know this is the one place to be doing it. You're getting all sorts of little table scraps.
Oh.
Paint is very happy.
Last, you're going to want to head back, well, you should probably do your meeting first, but you're going to want to head back to your bakery soon.
Is there a reason for the urgency?
He leans on the table and goes, "Do you want me to make it easy? Do you want a shot before you go?"
Whatever Morin wants is probably scientific. If I take a shot, it'll ruin his results.
That sounds funny.
He takes a minute to think about it. Thinks about what he had to do the last time. Sits up, does like the half lean back on the chair to look at the bartender. Give me a shot of something strong, please.
The bartender will go ahead and start making a shot, and Arabane's gonna look over at Paint and be like, "Hey, Paint, want a shot?"
Ruff! He tilts his head for a moment and then nods.
So the two of you have to roll fortitude saves.
Oh no.
That is one thing that Paint is actually good at. Usually. Depending on the dice. The dice are fickle.
17.
Where is my d20? There it is. Like I said, the dice are fickle! Why? I am done with this die. Give me a new one.
You know what? You know what? This is Fate's revenge. Now Lost has to carry Paint.
Oh,
I just find it funny that I'm done with this die and just toss it away and it gives me a 19. No, it's too late for you. You're going to dice jail.
Oh, I just always toss them over the
dice
edge.
jail?
Here, let me
You know what?
rename it.
This will be dice jail.
Okay. Where'd you put the d20? I just put. Oh, there it is. Here, we'll do the common thing that seems to fix dice. We're gonna call this one the better d20. And there it
Cool.
is. Here, I'm gonna.
That one will stay forever in the dice jail.
Here, we'll just lock it in place.
Yeah.
Naughty. I probably misspelled that. It's fine. Hey, Paint. You've never been giving liquor before, have you?
No, he has. Both times from Maribane.
Well, this one
Oh,
kicked you in
yeah.
the teeth. You felt this one go down, and then suddenly you feel so warm and nice.
He is stumbling about, giving a little hiccup. I'm sure Rex is probably also stumbling as well.
No, what Rex is doing is he's continuously reappearing on your back and just sliding off and hitting the floor with a sploot. Specifically a sploot. You didn't know that was a sound effect until now. Hey, Last, you're okay. That is liquid, though, so you feel it in you, but...
It's gonna stay there for a while. At least it's not a lot.
Nope. Hey, Dr. Volt, you're free of doing things, right?
Basically, but he is doing research on the tensile wire now that he's been reminded that that's important to do.
Yep. You get a notice from your boss that says, when Last Lost shows up, would you like to be an observer?
I mean, at the very least, as a reassuring friend and/or safety net.
Good. Last, are you hanging around at all? Or are you gonna head out?
Well, he's going to head out, but he's going to have to end up carrying Paint, I think.
Paint can walk. He's just... doing that not walking a straight line thing.
That was going to be like, Paint can walk, but can Paint walk a straight line?
Do you want carried, or can you follow?
He is going to look up at you and start moving towards you. And then just kind of stop and looking, about 3 feet off to your side, confused, and starts walking in that direction.
All right. Come on.
And then he
Paint.
stops and looks around and looks behind him and starts walking in that direction. Before he's scooped up, I guess.
Yeah, Lost is going to observe this with some amount of amusement for a little bit, and then realize that Paint's sense of direction may be just a little bit fuzzy at the moment.
It's also that, to his vision, you are moving around a lot.
Oh, poor Paint has the multi-vision going.
Oh,
Yeah.
Paint.
Come on. Crouches down, scoops up the odd.
Yep, so you'll get to the science building just fine. You know where it is. Dr. Volt will be notified once you get there, so that way you guys can meet in the lead's office. The bird, of course, when you enter, has to do the swivel in the egg chair to greet you. Glass of wine in one hand, pencil in the other, and he goes, wunderbar.
Glass of wine in one hand. Is there any contemplation about the nature of man?
See, the problem is I'm not man, so I contemplate bird.
Contemplating parakeet.
My ex-wife is not going to be contemplated ever again. Granted, I did love her. It's just, sometimes when you date a geologist, things just don't work out. And hello to you too. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So a few things that we get to cover today. I would like to go ahead and do a quick check on your mask if I can. I need to make sure that it's collecting the right data and giving you the right facial expressions, and I may have figured something out about your species that's unique and exploitable.
Frowns.
In a
Paint
positive
immediately is growling.
In a positive light. What if I said that I can make a potion that will, once consumed by you, boost you temporarily, much like magical potions do, but for about 20% cheaper?
His eyes narrow. He's slowly putting Paint down for the moment.
Well, one
Paint
way or the
takes
other.
one step, then tumbles to the side.
Just stay for a moment.
Is your friend there okay?
He'll be fine. He had something just a little too strong earlier.
At least we're in Twilight where that doesn't matter too much. He says as he offers out a hand, may I have the mask, though? I have the tool over there that will go ahead and run some checks and collect data. And do a little reconfiguring. Smart men downstairs that do the fancy things with the newer computer component thingies made it for me. Honestly, I'm just going to clip it and hit the button.
He takes off the mask and proceeds to hold it out to Dr. Morin. So would you mind elaborating on this potion of yours?
Oh, I absolutely would be glad to, he says, taking your mask with a flourish, and he brings it over to this. It kind of looks like a stand for your mask, and he hits the button. And he turns around and goes, "You see, you have an interesting dynamic going on in your body. You have ferrofluids that are in a gaseous form that are magnetized slightly, a couple of connections that make things that work. And when analyzing some of the samples you allowed me to take, I wondered if I could replicate your body mass," he says as he goes into a cabinet and pulls out a vial. And he goes, "I could, but it wasn't stable and would just go away. So I did a little bit of chemistry, I guess we'll call it. Alchemy from your time? I'm not sure what time period you're from. You didn't really talk that much during that, just complained. Which is fine, I'm used to it. Everybody complains when dealing with a scientist. You would know, right, Dr. Volt?
Sorry, what was the question? I was.
Oh, everybody complains when dealing with a silence or scientist. You would know that, right, or you understand that, right, Dr. Volt?
Of course. After all, there are several sayings related to such things. The first one that comes to mind is that doctors make the worst patients. The more educated someone is on a topic, the more insufferable they tend to be on said topic.
Oh, that's exactly why I don't do science on the medical field anymore. I tried to dabble in it, but oh, so terrible. But one way or the other, he offers over a vial that has a black fluid in it. He goes, "You see, what we can do is I can create a concoction that, when sealed like this, remains in the liquid state. However, I realized that with a simple chemical reaction and some of the other samples, I could make it so that way it turns instantly into a gaseous form. And should you take this, it should reinforce use. Now, the problem is that with the limited samples, I can't tell you the exact benefit you will gain, and you very well may want to undress a little bit for any of the important gear you are currently wearing before doing so, because there's a chance that you may just expand. But I am absolutely sure it will be of some benefit."
I'm never going to be able to wear my tail cover again. Ugh. Just grumbling under his breath, as much as that is a thing for him.
He leans over. "Depending on the results of this, I could technically make something that hits certain parts of the body, but that sounds like a lot of work. But for science, and for the fact that whatever this does to you, you will, or I will be able to replicate. As I said, 20%. It's basically take a level 1 potion, remove 20%. And we're about to have, we can either we'll do a choice here or roll it.
Oh boy.
If he takes it.
Paint is dragging himself towards Lost with just his front paws.
Lost is going to notice this, turns his head, uses his tail to gently stop Paint from doing the scooch along the floor.
It
I will
takes
be
zero
fine.
effort.
You stay there. Am I really going to do this in your office?
Oh, absolutely. It's very heavily warded. If you were to turn into an absolute monster, you'd just be pinned until the potion wore off.
He starts undoing his equipment so he can take it off. I assume that you're going to stay, Doctor.
Indeed.
Out of
Make sure
character-
nothing
Sorry.
unexpected happens.
Out of character, I'm glad that Dr. Volt understood who he meant by doctor. Very well. But Dr. Morin... He stares at the bird for a bit. He's mostly undressed at this point, aside from essentially the pants part of his suit. He holds out his arm for the potion? Question mark.
He will offer it over.
Let's hope I don't become a monster. Because then I would eat you.
Paint is sending along a very fuzzy and out of focus mental image to everyone in the room of Doggo last on the ground, not moving, and Angie Paint burning everything in sight.
Yeah, I understand the threat. It's not the first time, I guess. But understood.
I need to be right back a second.
Okay. Just that way everybody understands that if you let Dr. Morin study your physiology, something like this may come into existence. So this is open to all players. It's just starting with the one that's already been poked. All right, I need to get that. No, I got something actually, Mala, in process. I just gotta wait for the pixel art to actually be done. Paints is coming.
Sorry about that. I'm back. And the way I see it, it's like one of, like, fittingly enough, it's like the mad scientist you meet in the roguelike game, where, you know, he's like, he'll give you this thing, it'll give you random boosts and random debuffs.
Yep, the decision for what this particular potion or this version of it is currently either being decided or rolled. I'm waiting for Key to tell me which he'd prefer.
Let's roll it because all of these are great.
Okay, roll a d6 for me when you take the potion.
Oh, there's my d6. That thing I don't always use. 2.
You get a, let's do this in the right order. It will be a +4 to Dex.
Woo.
Describe that as you will. Just so that way you're aware, actually, I should cover this part first. You drink this stuff and it feels like a liquid until it's in you, and then it rapidly becomes a gas inside of you.
So, since he's exposed at the moment, the whole like cinder thing going on in his torso is very notable, and it suddenly flares up, and the magenta coloring of his eyes gets brighter, and I guess you could call it like the outline of his vapor seems to like ripple a bit faster. Just the normally imperceptible like occasional wave and flick and tendril of the smoke that becomes a bit more noticeable as it flows off his body more. Looks at himself a bit, and to him it kind of looks like a lot more things are coming into focus. Oh. Waves a hand in front of his face for a few times, looking really confused. Oh. Is that how damaged my sight is? He goes to Aw. He goes to turn around and ends up turning way too fast. His tail slams into the desk and causes it to slide unless it's bolted down.
Doctor looks at his desk and goes, "Well, good to know that that is possible. Remind me, Dr. Volt, to bolt down my desk. I feel like it's going to become increasingly pertinent."
Should you not, it most certainly will be.
Oh, sorry. It's a bit more solid than most of my kind would have. Larger, too. But, you see, um, sudden anxiety spike.
Don't worry about it, it's just a desk. But it looks like we have great success. Of course, replicating it will be relatively easy. I am out of samples, I can't do more. If you want me to do continuous experimentation, feel free to, of course, let me know. It should last about 10 minutes, I would say. Now, there is further research that can be done into such subjects and make those more potent, but at that point I might ask for a little funding. Knowing that your recaller is all well and good, and I'm more than happy to do my part, but these things do cost money. Well, scales, at least. I can't reproduce all the chemicals I use just by thinking really hard, or any.
Yes, of course. Unfortunately, compared to the good doctor, my funds are perhaps a bit low. However, I can continue to offer myself for your experimentation, assuming you refrain from utilizing my physiology for harmful matters.
Well, you see, while doing my research, just to make sure that I was protecting myself, I looked into harmful matters that could be done, and trust me, they're all illegal here.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to myself. I'm not usually particularly worried about my own self preservation. And why am I continuing to talk? This is a lot faster than usual.
Take
In
a
any case,
deep breath. When I meant illegal, I may or may not have found out that it has shadow properties, and anything that has shadow properties can technically suck up negative or positive energy, like our souls, very quickly, which is, of course, illegal to research. But I did make safety precautions, so it's all fine.
ah, good. I wasn't actually thinking about that originally. Uh, that would make sense. I'm Arabane's paladin. I'm infused with his shadow, so it would make sense that it would be dangerous to handle my own matter.
To a degree, I would believe that this one was actually natural to you. Small attachments.
Oh, that might be due to the black hole I fell into.
Ooh, interesting. That is something worth researching. Either rate, that is all I have, unless you want me to take some samples right now, which you may need to take a deep breath.
Chest expands. The cinders inside him flare up again.
Well, good to know that is possible. Dr. Volt, did you know that was a thing?
I was unaware. I am mostly used to dealing with him in his suit, armor, what do you call it?
See, I did get a little bit of a flare from him when I stuck him with that one needle that actually could pull from him, but this is absolutely new. Interesting. You can heat those up. I wonder if I could use that.
So he starts speaking as he chest deflates back to normal levels. Well, you see, my people would normally call them tethers. Tethers because they were used to keep our physiological bodies intact against hazards of the environment and the magnetic flux natural to our world. However, others are called handles. Mine is technically what would be called a handle because we chose the design, the layout, how exactly we would be physiologically formed inside the suit. The handles are customized, tethers are standardized. And the flares are because I was a cinder addict for a few years.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that's a lot of information that I need to note down. Give me half a second. He pulls out a notebook and stares at it. And he goes, done. And then sets it down. And you have no idea what the hell he just did. But yes, since you're allowing him to take samples, he will take samples. And there may be more additional things coming. Paint is drunk.
Well, after samples are taken, Lost is going to pick up Paint and just hug them. He's going to sit on one of those way too orange couches and just hug Paint for a bit until he's given leave to go or needs to give more samples.
Yep, you will be given leave to go. You guys are free to meet up and discuss what your next plans are.
Dr. Volt will say to Dr. Morn at some point, by the way, it may be worth investigating whether this treatment has some sort of truth serum application, because I do not think I've ever heard him talk that.
Yes, I have it all noted. It's going to be interesting. It could be an energy thing, because technically that did boost his energy slightly. If we empower it properly, we might be able to give him some sort of haste. But I digress. I don't have the fundage for that right now.
Are Lost and Paint still there?
Probably.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
if it didn't come through, Paint is growling at the two of them for that discussion.
I just wanted to make sure we
Yeah,
were
it
present
came
before I explained. Oh, well, the speech pattern is a little abnormal. I assume that's because of the potion, but not many have asked me a whole lot about my world. I like to share. Sometimes I share too much.
Oh no, you're fine. It's fine. As I said, when you work in these fields, you'll get used to it. I'm just not exactly a historian.
No, that would be Dextral.
I assume that is a person. One way or the other, you two are definitely free to go. Yourself as well, Dr. Volt. I'm sure you have other business to attend to. I will be in here with the new samples, and tell your friends that if they allow me to do this as well, I absolutely enjoy it. I may be able to do similar things, even for what I would assume is your intoxicated dog friend, but he's intoxicated, so I can't take samples right now. It could skew results.
Also consent.
That too.
Lost is going to get dressed and then he is going to leave. He is walking faster than normal.
Noom.
Oh no, it's a vapor cat with the Numies.
Oh no.
You.
He's got the zoomies!
But before he leaves, he is going to jot down a note and give it to Dr. Moore, and I will type it up and give it to you later when I'm not catching up on notes.
Sure thing. Let's see. We've been going for about an hour and 20. What time is it? No, it's 6:20. How you guys do have to meet up and decide what to do next. I know that one of your intents was to try at least go to the snow plains and figure some things out, but why don't I give you guys a random chance to go ahead and meet up at probably, I would assume, the bakery and discuss things before the next event actually happens, of course. So we can also BRB and get more water, because I'm actually out. Sound good?
Sounds
Sounds
good.
good to me.
Sounds good.
We open role play. I'm gonna get more water.
At some point, Lost is going to have to get a dog bed for Paint to have in the bakery.
Well, why not right now?
You know what? He will. He'll spend whatever's necessary for that, and he'll just get a Paint-sized dog bed just for the bakery, just so he has something to set Paint on that isn't the floor. and then he's going to get to baking.
Even though Paint's favorite bed is lost.
Well, yeah, but he can't be Paint's bed while he's at work.
Hmm.
It's fine. The doggy bed he got is black.
Hmm. Okay.
Well, Fret will at some point come in, take a seat at a table, and then sprawl his arms across the table. And just lay his head on the table.
Paint is going to get up and go over to Fret. And put his front paws on the table. And proceed to lick the heck out of Fret. Lick, 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 lick,
Fret
lick, 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 lick.
will look very displeased and recoil from the licks.
Lick, 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 lick.
Fret will kind of try to protect himself with his hands.
Lick, 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 lick.
Squint.
Yes, exactly, Candy. Sorry, was somebody else going to say something?
I said squint.
You always say squint.
Because
Yes.
he's always squinting. We need to change his talkie icons to always be squinting.
That or angry eyebrows.
How about we do this, since there isn't much to roleplay right now, unless Vari had something.
No, I'm
Just killing
well
time.
because I mean, there was just the waiting for tomorrow with the interview thing,
Yep.
which I will relay to people. Yeah.
Lost is going to set down a cinnamon sugar coated pretzel on a plate in front of Fret.
Lick, 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 lick.
Fret will grab the pretzel and then stand up and start walking away.
Gone. Ignore
Kind
this.
of like just walking around in circles, trying to avoid pain.
What's a good baked good that would keep Paint from licking people?
Well, in this case, it's because
Anything with peanut butter that can get stuck on the roof of his mouth.
Oh no. Oh.
in this case, the only reason he's doing it is because Fret seems upset. Or at least that's how he's interpreting the Fret's response
No, he's just
when he came in.
exasperated.
Yeah, he had to deal with bureaucrats.
Yeah, so Paint is giving revitalizing licks.
And it's just Fred's social batteries are drained, and then this is going on, and he's like, "Oh dear God, please."
So later this afternoon, hey, last.
Yep.
Somebody wearing a recolor's badge comes into the bakery, goes up to the counter, and says, Tooth would like to speak with the party at the earliest convenience.
Are we in trouble?
I don't know. Do you think
Fret
Tooth
smirks.
tells me things?
This is fair.
I didn't do it this time.
He gestures to the assortment of things in his bakery. Would you like something?
Right now, no. I made sure to take my time to piss Tooth off. He smiles and he goes, I'm in trouble. And then he's going to turn heel and start to walk out, and he looks back and he goes, And he might be mad that you guys are so late, but just blame me. It's always fun to screw with Tooth. He's so serious sometimes.
Guy will turn around. He has a pretzel shoved in his face.
He blinks and just kind of takes it and goes, all right. Neat. I'm going to take my time coming back too then. I, of course, need to stop somewhere and sit on a bench and people watch while I eat this lovely pretzel.
Sometimes all you need is an excuse.
And he will leave.
I like that guy's attitude.
You get the feeling that he was probably one of the ne'er-do-wells in his personal life.
Right. Well, Tooth wants us. And so we shall go. Looks at his clothes. Just takes up his baker's apron. I'm not getting into uniform right now. He's just gonna grab his badge and stuff.
Fred will nod and follow along.
Onwards.
I'm assuming that is including Dr. Volt, correct?
Correct.
You guys get to the normal tavern and walk in. It looks like it's a fairly average crowd for a non-fight day. The moment that you get there, Tooth looks up and motions off to the side room. He'll actually make the effort to open the door for you guys. He doesn't look pleased for some reason.
Fred just smirks.
Well, I guess it's off to the side room for us.
Dr. Vault heads into the side room.
Is Payne still drunk?
No, that would have worn off by now.
Okay, cool.
Now he just has a hangover.
Hold on.
Not so much. He had a shot. You can't get a hangover from a shot.
For as small as Paint is, I bet you can.
Pain isn't that small.
He's 49 pounds.
That's tiny.
I'm 3 feet tall.
Absolutely.
He might not be feeling great then. I forget that not everybody's me and has my bloodline. Because when I weighed 50 pounds.
This is
Anyways,
also
but,
only the second time he's had alcohol.
True.
Yeah, so he's probably not feeling hot right now.
Oh. But yeah, Paint will follow along, just grinning at this point.
You mean Fred?
Yeah, Fred.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
Sorry,
he
sorry,
is?
Fred.
Fred.
Yeah, sorry.
Brain frazzle.
Words. Yeah.
Vari has always been weird with words.
There is a
I'm sorry.
lovely sign on the wall that says, "This is the serious room." And there's a table and some chairs. The moment that you guys get in, Tooth will step in.
Dr. Volt will point at Shoal and say, I have done nothing. It is probably his fault, then.
He holds up a finger and locks the door and turns around and goes, all right. Why did you all want to meet with the counselor, and what kind of madness are you getting us involved in?
Oh, I should have been in my guard uniform for this.
Oh, bloody hell, don't tell me you're
Trent
dragging us
smirks.
haulers into this nonsense. This isn't Recaller's business.
Soul is
It's
just
against-
gonna shrug and go, I had nothing to do with this.
It's not Recaller business. Unfortunately, per the council, Recallers are no longer allowed to be involved in guard business because we're too serious and we get involved in the game and take it too serious, and then you hear the door unlock behind him. And he freezes. The door
Well, that's a good time.
swings open, and you see
Is
that
Betty-
one standing there with lockpicks, grinning like always.
Oh, I really should have been in my guard uniform for this one.
Then he steps aside, and Captain Untheim walks in and closes the door behind him.
Brett waves.
He smiles and he goes, "Oh look, Tooth has given me the silent treatment already."
internally lost his screaming. The one time he chooses to not put on his uniform.
Then you hear the door lock, and Entheim goes, well, that was unnecessary. That one, thank you for being extra, I guess, as usual. Ah, tooth. Having trouble with folk that are too much like you getting involved in things you shouldn't, aren't you? He says, almost sounding amused, walking up to Tooth, who has proceeded to stand up straight and began to bite his teeth hard, looking all pissed off. And then Thyme looks at you all and goes, I like you, group. You see, us recallers run into a bunch of situations that can't necessarily always be handled by rules. I like idiots and those that break rules. Right, Captain Tooth, he says, looking directly at him, and the captain is biting down harder, looking increasingly angry. Oh, come on. Do you want me to use your real name or possibly tell them why you give me the silent treatment? You watch Tooth's eyes give the glare without his head moving, just the eyes moving and the squint. One way or the other, it came to my attention that you all were trying to talk to a council that was recently had an assassination attempt.
Fret nods.
Ah,
According to the report, they were nearly assassinated, and this was not something that they signed up for.
Oh, of course not. But, you know, the council did rule that we're not allowed to without invitation by the guard, or the council directly. Technically, both parties are need to be involved, but that's bureaucracy crap. He sets down a letter on the counter on the table and goes, "This is an official writ that says I am not allowing this." He says, looking at Tooth with a grin, knowing full well that a certain captain might not like this order, right, Tooth? Untime is having fun. Just for future reference, last loss. Or whatever you want to be called. Technically, we are not allowed to be involved in this. Then he smiles.
Okay, but Last Loss is a guard member, so technically he has to be involved in it.
Oh, yes, he does, but the rest of you aren't supposed to. But, you know,
No one told me that.
technically the captain could, you know, do what he used to do and break all the rules and just give permission anyways. But as long as I don't know, I'm just here to give official paperwork. What is Paint doing?
And he proudly tilts his head up to show off the guard badge he got.
Oh, look at that, two in the same room. As I said, I like idiots. The rules are made to be broken. Not everything's black and white. Yada yada blah, he wavers his hands. I just, on the record, said that this was not okay.
Fret gives a thumbs up.
Shoal is just going to look as fake innocent as he possibly can.
Now, Captain Tooth, I obviously heard that you already denied it, and I hope you continue to deny it. And he's going to walk up to the door, and he goes to unlock it, and then it immediately locks. And he sighs, and he goes, I like idiots. But I really hope that one is running right now. And he unlocks the door and opens it, and there is no that one there. He goes, good. Remember, us recallers cannot be involved unless invited officially. And we need to make sure it stays that way. And he shuts the door.
I guess Last is feeling really sassy at the moment because he just turns his head over to Fret and to Shoal and says, "Oh, so Fey rules, or is that vampires?"
Fret gives the affirmative finger guns.
Actually, Shoal might actually know if that counts as Fey rules or not.
Technically, I think two party members would. I think both Shoal and Paint would.
I'm assuming that does count as Fey rules, though. Kind of, sorta.
It's somewhere in there. It's not quite. Technically, the Fae have to follow the instructions to the T, as per it's written. So technically, according to Fae rules, you're not supposed to meet the counselor. But he was pretty heavily hinting to Tooth that he should break the rules, and Tooth looks very pissed off right now.
Yeah, but again, according to Fey rules, if you're not allowed to meet the counselor, this still does not prevent you from talking to the counselor without meeting them, stalking the counselor.
Indeed.
Precisely.
Talking to the counselor through other various methods that don't require being in person. Going through a cat's paw.
Forcing the counselor to meet you.
Right, just fucking writing a letter to them and having them respond.
Yep.
Being in the counselor's bedchamber at night.
Monologuing to the wall where they can hear you.
I mean, Pain's gonna go simpler with that,
Sholdus
you
is
know.
under their bed monologuing everything that the counselor needs to know about the situation.
Look, if you're ever accusing a Fae of robbing a bank, and the Fae says to you, "Do I look like someone who would rob a bank to you?" They definitely robbed the fucking bank.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
What is Paint doing, or would do?
Paint would just not introduce himself, thus not actually meeting them. Very
Yeah, there's the
simple.
other one.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, Lost has a great idea. He can just cordially invite the counselor to the bakery for a special event. In their honor, of course.
Tooth is,
I mean, we are also all
Dun.
ignoring the easiest solution, and that's just like, I don't know, you fucking deputizing all of us.
Tooth is going to casually walk up to the table, lean forward, and be like, I hate everything about this situation right now. I'm going to make it
Fret
clear
nods.
that if you drag us down a rabbit hole and we all have to get involved, I will be joining the next bar fight. And if you think Betty's scary, you should meet a man that got his own skin ripped off in a fight and kept going.
I mean, I'm still more scared of Betty than you.
That's fair.
With all due respect, Captain, good. What is going on in Twilight right now cannot continue. Twilight as a whole cannot continue with the way it is.
All I'm saying is if I end up in a chamber
This
with all the
cannot
counselors,
continue. This cannot continue. This cannot continue.
if I end up in a chamber
Oh, 1 second, my food is here.
with the counselors, having to explain your actions. It's
Just
not-
bar fight the counselors.
Tried that. Already tried that.
Damn.
He'll take the letter and he'll slide it off the desk. Or the table. Fine, I'll approve it. You little
I didn't
shits.
hear any approval. All I heard was telling us not to do the thing that we were probably not going to do.
My signature will be on it. Don't worry about it. I am your captain, and as a captain, as always, it is my job to take the fall. Doesn't mean I'm not going to kick your asses afterwards, mind you.
Fret scribbles out on his chalkboard. Thanks.
But this better, and I mean better, be worth it.
Fret
I should
nods.
hope so. Because I still owe Betty a favor.
I warned you, he
Fret
said.
blinks and stares at Shoal.
What? You think I was going to get away with asking her for something when she wasn't at the bar for free? You're fucking crazy.
Fret just kind of does the lean back.
I know where she lives now. My life is permanently in danger. I need you to understand this.
Fret just kind of has the Fire Emblem character blank look.
Oh, right. It's a good thing my
That
teeth
doesn't make
regrow.
sense to anyone who wasn't part of my stream.
I mean,
Now
I
I need
love
to go-
Fire Emblem.
Yeah, I've never played a Fire Emblem game, so I'm gonna need you to give me a picture of this so I can picture it.
I can literally
Here,
give you a
hold
picture of this.
on
Are
a
you in
minute.
my stream right now?
I can pull up your stream right now. Hold
I
on, let me pull
cannot.
up my streaming tabs.
If people want to
He's-
see it over my side here.
Okay, I'm on your thing.
There's even an emote.
That is literally the picture that I am. Thank you for the sub, Viv.
All right. I'm waiting to see the picture.
It's in the chat.
What chat? Where?
The text.
The stream's chat.
Click. Scrolling.
I got too many windows open. I'm not even going to try.
It is the emote, Viv.
Oh, that. Okay, I didn't realize it was the emote.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
One way or the other, Tooth stands up slowly, straightens his back, and goes, I better be ready to lose a few teeth because I know Betty knows already.
Speaking of teeth, you probably shouldn't grind yours so hard.
I can't. They're sharp. I broke one.
Yeah, that's just gonna happen a lot.
Also, thank you, Viv, for the sub.
Oh.
Oh.
I just know that more solid people
One
shouldn't
sec.
do that.
Viv, thank you as well for that resub.
He's going around.
Okay, carry on.
Is the audio not coming through from Era's stream?
What do you mean? It should be.
It's coming through.
Weird. Hold on.
Nobody's said anything yet. And I
Odd,
know
because it's
people-
not. It's not coming through on my end. Like I don't have to mute the tab to have the stream up.
Make sure
Is
the
the
mute
player
button on the
muted?
player itself is unmuted.
Yeah, I've got the volume set to max.
You might want to refresh. It's Mala is saying it's fine on my side.
Let me try again. Nope.
Do you have the tab pre-muted?
No. Like if I had it pre-muted, I'd be able to unmute it.
Wonder if Twitch is muting the channel. No, Mala said it's fine. I don't know.
I'm able to hear it too.
Maybe it's just my browser or something. Who knows?
Probably Mr. 1,000 tabs.
That's only on my phone.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that is not a thing that makes that a better statement.
Yeah, I have no idea how many tabs are open on my phone. I just know that it's got a smiley face now.
Oh,
It's had one for a very
it
long
is-
time.
it ceased being a number and now it's just a smiley face.
Just bear in mind
Yes.
if you guys keep on if you guys make me too tense about that, I'll share how many things I have in my FA. Again, it's gotten worse.
Oh lord.
I nearly stopped deleting everything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm part of the reason why they made changes to how things worked on FA.
Oh, I know they did because I had over 200,000 submissions to view still when it crashed.
Yeah, I had somewhere around 500,000 at some point.
Yeah. See, I view them. I just never erase mine. Either rate, moving on.
The only thing I don't get rid of is journals because I'm too lazy to click on that tab.
That's fair.
So Tooth will go ahead, stand up, go pop open his door and be like, thankfully enough, like sharks in other places, my teeth do grow back. Even here, somehow, for some reason, which has always been weird to me, but, you know, I've dealt with a lot of weird shit.
It's only gonna get weirder, I'm sure.
I'll make the call.
Fret just shrugs.
You all are free to go. I don't have to give you the talk about not getting involved and all that. I guess now, he says while going around the corner.
Correct.
Thank you for your concern, Captain.
You guys are in the room.
All right, I'm going home.
Fret nods.
Paint follows.
And everybody goes to bed, it sounds like.
Lost needs sleep. It has been a long day.
It has. And you guys still have to go to the snowscapes to try and see if you can figure anything out with that, huh?
Yup.
Nice quiet night for you all. Well, you know, quote unquote night. It's always twilight here, so.
Paint curls up on top of last.
Last is okay with this.
She'll probably make sure to board every entrance to their home just in case Betty.
Joel's not even going to bother. You think Betty's gonna come through an entrance?
I was also
She's gonna,
say,
she's
you
gonna
think that would
she's
even
gonna like
stop her?
bust in with an elbow drop from God through the ceiling.
Wait,
I was just expecting a
doesn't
Kool-Aid
Joel
Man
just-
entrance.
doesn't Shoal just live with the underwater anyways? So
Yes.
Do you think Betty cares about the lack of oxygen down here?
No, but Shoal might be able to move faster in the water.
I'm glad that you enjoy Betty so much.
It's great fun.
See, the water moves out of her way when she's mad. She doesn't take the boats. She just walks down the middle of the
Oh,
lane
no.
and it moves.
Are we going to?
She's
are we
like
gonna
Twilight Chuck
adopt-
Norris.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
was
we
gonna
could
say
do-
she's
Yeah.
And it's funny, she teaches a wellness class out of her home in Pleasant Meadows.
Not that Shoal is ever going to tell anyone that.
Nope. Have you tried to teach a bunch of stupid people how to eat right when they're willing to eat dirt? But the plants eat dirt. Yes, they do, dear. Are you a plant?
I mean, to be fair, you can't really rule that out here.
See, the plants don't need to come here. The people who say that are not in her class. Or, excuse me, the people that are plants are probably not in her class because they know how to be well. They go out into the fields, they plant the roots, they drink a little water, and they're fine. Fighting's
I
not
feel like
advised.
Fret needs a wellness class though.
Do you know what's going to
Yes.
happen if you show up at her wellness class? She's going to find every ounce of Wonder Meal you own and throw it into the atmosphere.
Lost approves of this message.
And
as does paint.
She's going to scream at the top of her lungs, "This is not food." Except she's not. She's going to smile at you and be like, dearie, that's not food.
Yeah, he only has 96 more bars.
He can just get 100 more with a single seal.
Just
Yeah.
kindly smiles and goes and gets a trash bag, and she goes, okay, put them all in here. We're going to get rid of this not food. It's not even good as an emergency ration. You can afford better, my friend. But yes, you guys rest well, except for Shoal, who might be slightly terrified for his life. Is it just safe to
Well-
assume that you guys are going to meet up in the bakery in the AM hours?
Correct, because that's where the letters should be coming for because of council thing potentially.
Yep. Are you guys just going to wait for that letter all day?
Shred doesn't really have anything else exciting planned aside from maybe going and doing some work.
I mean, if y'all are gonna loiter around the bakery, Lost can always put you to work.
Yes, please do so. Please make Fred bake something.
Okay, so this is very easy. Take water, flour, and a bit of yeast. We make the dough. We knead it into the shape that you want, and then we bake it. This is more nutritious than grabs one of the Wander Meal bars. This.
Do you even want me to say it there, Vari, or are you going to say it?
What? Do tell. What are you gonna say?
You look over and Fred is already putting a Wander Meal bar into a bowl with some of the mix.
Yeah, there's going to be crushed up Wonder Meal bread. Yep, that is definitely a thing that Fred will try to do.
I wish I had my art kit right now because I am making a face that I wish the viewers could see.
Okay, so Lost does not go Gordon Ramsay on you.
You fucking donkey!
I'm gonna go take my meds while you all do this. Have fun, Lost.
Just going to put his hands together. Take a breath. You cannot add Wander Meal to everything.
Fred will pull out chalkboard and scribble, but crunchy.
There are better ways to get crunchy. Bread, properly baked, is crunchy. Without that, I can teach you to bake a granola bar.
Fred has a contemplative look.
I can even teach you how to make the ones that have peanut butter on the one side. Seriously, all it is like dried fruits and nuts, and then like a little bit of sugar, I guess. You need something to keep it adhered together. But peanut butter works.
You know,
Fred nods.
Wander Meal is just this game's version of Gray.
Oh,
And last is this game's version of Nim. Nim is a chef. Nim was introduced to this Gray, as it was called, gray is a basically nutrition paste.
Oh, gross.
Oh god.
No taste. And the texture is worse than tofu?
Oh.
That's saying something because tofu's texture when not cooked properly is god awful.
Why am I imagining no taste and the texture of like grits, but with a viscosity closer to gelatin or pudding?
Ugh. Grainy pudding.
No, it is definitely very smooth.
Oh.
But that's about the
Okay.
yeah, it's one of the
But-
characters introduced it and tried to push it, and Nim took complete offense to the concept of it because food is supposed to be enjoyed. That, while it was sustenance, was not food.
Iki, you should look at your DMs.
Whereas one meal is just meant to be enjoyed. It's not meant to be food.
The only enjoyment you get out of Wonder Meal is watching other people try it for the first time and want to die. I know your secret.
No.
Yes. You can't lie to me. I know you too well.
What? Gosh darn it. Freaking crunchy air, though.
If I wanted to eat air, I'd go bite the Unraveler again.
I wouldn't suggest that.
Eh. Also, we can work on that.
I need to make a potion of deliciousness so I can make him taste better.
You can't.
Technically, so Beerus, technically speaking, Nim could just appear in Twilight, probably. I mean, he is a planeswalker.
Maybe? Twilight's a bit weird.
I like watching Era's avatar spaz the hell out.
Just the literal amount of tiltedness.
Yeah, that's why I leave it up, because people seem to enjoy that. Nim could... I would actually have to try and figure that out. I'm not sure if a planeswalker could just pop into Twilight that easily.
They might be able to like make it to the front gate.
Yeah, but the thing about planeswalkers is they can't go anywhere that they're not aware exists, and Twilight is not a place that most beings know about.
He would
Oh, so it'd be a case of they'd have to have heard rumor.
Yeah,
I'd heard
basically have
rumor
to
of-
hear it from a recaller.
which isn't unlikely, because technically recallers do have a chance of running into planeswalkers among other beings, so... no, Twilight is not a plane of existence. It's in the Unreal, so it can't be a plane.
However, I will say, even if he could not planeswalk directly to it, technically his daughter Tree does exist in every reality.
Well, alternately, this isn't a reality.
we live in an unreality.
Fair.
We have been unmade. We live in an unreality. A good analogy to it is we are an ephemeral dream that just continues to exist to spite the waking.
Pretty much.
It's just, the distortion world with some more to it.
More steps.
Yeah. It's the Pokemon distortion world with more steps.
I don't know if I should be offended or not being compared to that
What,
god.
Giratina?
Giratina. But at the same time, part of me is
I
like...
mean, it's a spooky shadow dragon.
That's pretty badass.
At the
yeah.
same time, I'm like, that fucking tracks. Now I'm upset.
Oh,
Arabane is a Pokemon confirmed.
Or
Well,
throw Pokeballs at Era.
I guess if Arabane ever shows up in any of the Pokemon games, for whatever reason, we know what form he's going to take.
How,
Giratina.
not me.
So Arabane is you yourself are going to become Squirrel's dad.
No, I'm pretty sure Verdant and Giratina are
Aw.
about to co-raise a child. Now, what happens from there, I don't know. And you're also going to be involved somehow. I don't know what's going on in that campaign anymore. I do know what's going on. It just... All right. So, after the debauchery that is Wonder Meal, because I already knew that was coming.
Guys, what if we just try to feed the Unraveler Wander Meal?
Technically, Wonder Meal has negative nutritional value, so negative
Yeah, but-
nutritional value multiplied by whatever unmaking what's it that is. I guess it would be like dividing by 0.
Cool. We know how to end all of everything as we know it. Shove a box of Wonder Meal at him. All right. That's our last resort plan. All right. If everything else fails, we just beat him with Wonder Meal until he fucking unmakes himself out of just sheer wanting to get away from it.
Whiskers.
What if we cook a bar of Wander Meal with the drops of the liquid phlegm that I got?
Whiskers, can
Oh,
you do me a
Lord.
favor and draw a quick sketch of a a mouthless, horrifying string-based being that's humanoid with just holding a... Oh, he can't hear us.
He stepped away. He may have to drop out early.
No, that's fine if he does.
That's okay.
I just wanted the horrifying abomination holding a bar with just the most questioning look ever.
I can make it happen eventually.
Do it. Do
Whiskers
it.
has not slept. And I
Whiskers-
told Whiskers
Whiskers,
to
go the fuck to
sleep,
sleep.
but
Damn it.
he's refusing. And
y'all.
right now his wrist is popping, so he's stepped away to go run some more water over it.
Go the
I'm
fuck
telling
to sleep,
him he
Whiskers.
needs- Yeah.
Yeah, go. Gosh darn it.
Oh, there's
Gosh darn.
messages from him.
Oh, boy.
Hopefully they read, I am going the fuck to sleep.
Did it? As long as it doesn't say things like my wrist fell off in the sink. Sorry, guys.
Do we need to buy him a wrist brace for when he's drawing so he stops hurting himself?
Do we need to buy him a wrist?
I mean, as long as he doesn't get too haughty after we get him a new wrist,
Wait, what?
that would make him an aristocrat.
What
I-
Viv?
I'm so. Oh god, I'm upset.
That- of all the people, I did not expect that from you.
Good lord, I missed half of that, and I already know it was bad.
Woo.
Out of all the people here,
Dude, that one was stewing in my brain for a solid minute before it came out, too.
So, Whiskers says that he has 4 braces, but they all suck. He can't find one that fits his weird hands.
Oh.
okay. I have one that I have to use for my carpal tunnel. I will look up the brand later. I got it for free through work because I did order entry for a week once and it really fucked up my wrist. It is the greatest thing ever. I wear it sometimes. We'll deal with that later. Go to sleep, Whiskers.
Whiskers, go to sleep. Take care of yourself. You lovely, lovely person, you.
As a cat, I can tell you, sleep is good. You should do that.
Whiskers, stop apologizing! Your health is more important.
Go the fuck to sleep!
I will accept your apology only if you actually go to sleep.
I will accept your apology if it is given while sleep talking.
Somebody post the GIF of Marvel. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
What?
I actually don't know that one.
Iron Man repeatedly punching Hulk.
Ah, that one.
Oh. No punching whiskers.
Go to sleep, Whiskers. Go to.
But yeah, Fret will absolutely keep whatever loaf of bread that he's incorporated watermeal into, though.
Okay, good. He looks like he's plugged out of the stream, so he might actually be going to bed.
Woohoo! Good night,
Bye.
Whiskers.
Yes. Good night, Whiskers.
Sleep well, you goober. Beerus, hooray! Bullied into sleeping.
Mala should be careful what he says. Either rate, you could keep the bread. You guys sit in the shop
Yes.
waiting for the letter until what would normally be late afternoon. And one of the guards walks in with a letter, holds it up, and goes, I have been tasked with delivering this to you all. Hi, last.
Fret gives a thumbs up to the guard.
Ah. Hello, Damien. How are you?
I am tired of this bullshit. Do you know what's worse than being a guard? Being a guard in the Capitol building. Do you know how warm it gets in there?
I am the wrong person to ask how warm it gets anywhere.
I didn't sign up for this. He offers over the letter. But I guess it's necessary.
Would you rather do boot work?
Honestly, at this point, I'm pretty sure something called fast food from my homeland would be more satisfying than this nonsense, but I did sign up for it. Beats being homeless.
You could always work in my bakery.
He looks at you for a few moments. Nah. Captain gave a spiel about, us being important for once, so he wavers.
Well, we are important. And with what's going on, what we do is more important than ever.
I'm just glad to see Koff on the streets again. And in the office, and talking.
Excuse me.
Well, some of the lesser Koff came back that work in the guard office, and they're doing shifts and doing previews so people can do other things with their lives other than work.
They're doing what now?
Guarding.
Carding.
Guarding. Gaurding.
Ah, sorry. I ended up clearing my throat like at the exact same time you said it. Okay. All right. I suppose that's an improvement.
It's nice.
It at least frees up the rest of us to perform proper investigations.
Yes. It's just nice to have them around again.
We can't rely on them for everything, but their support is necessary.
I just wish the big bad ones would, swoop in and just fix the problem, but whatever. He motions a hand and starts to walk out. Letter delivered, back to post. I get to stand in a place and stare at people and squint menacingly.
Last is very glad that he currently has stuff on, because that commentary makes him bristle. This is going to be very exhausting to fix.
You could have just ignored it.
No.
You could have sided with the cough.
That would not have been in character for him at all.
I know.
It
but
also
you
sounds
coulda.
less fun.
Fret will grab the letter and open it up to see what it says.
It is an acceptance for your attempt to meet. To go over said circumstances, it shall be done in 2 days. At the counselor's home residence, which of course is in Silvern's domain, at around 2 p.m. So you guys have 2 days to possibly do your little mini investigation up in the snow plains and whatever else you guys want to do.
Just writing sigils in a book.
So in 2 days at 2 p.m.
Yep. Relative time.
Okay. Sorry if I'm rolling back information a lot. I'm still playing catch up.
You're fine.
No, you're playing D&D.
Well, technically we're playing Pathfinder because as of right now, officially, I'm going to say it out loud, fuck Wizards of the Coast.
Saying that officially right now? I thought you've been saying that officially for a while.
I have been, but
Yeah.
extra now
Yeah, but
because
he's
they
also saying it officially.
they doubled
Right.
down on using AI art in the next D&D release.
Oh, good.
Oh god.
They've fired nearly all their artists. They are using AI art. Do you not have to say that?
Lol, Lamau.
Stream can see it. There's a song
Are
that goes
their-
along, but I'm not.
Their fingers.
Yep.
Put your
Yeah,
fingers
no.
in the air.
It's a drafting tool. Don't use it for fucking finished product. Have real artists continue to do real work.
They are welcome
At
to
least
do whatever
At
they
least
want.
artists know how many legs people have.
And fingers.
It's like the old rules with the Fae. Count the knuckles, count the teeth.
Though I would say there's probably an argument that can be made that AI is probably really good at designing eldritch abominations.
Actually, I've tried to get it to do it, and not really, actually.
Huh. Weird, because it turns regular people into them all the time.
Yeah, you're going to have to ask AI to make a
Yeah,
regular
but when you
person.
try for
But
it.
when you try to get an Eldritch Abomination, it suddenly doesn't know how to do, connecting body parts.
It's almost like
Mm.
it isn't actually capable of real creativity.
I'm just going to put on the table that most AIs out there that generate art off of stolen material to begin with.
Yes, and that is completely unforgivable.
Yep.
Yes. And that is my big reason why I don't like it. Have I generated AI art? Yeah, but what have I used it for? To hand it over to artists and be like, do that. But do that, like, not shitty.
Like I said, it's a good drafting tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am all for, like,
It's a tool, not a creation.
exactly.
Use it
It's
like a
tool,
fucking tool.
or more often, it's a toy.
As a toy, it's also neat.
Yes.
I also just like the fact that Lamau, all of this stuff is copyright free. You cannot copyright AI art.
Yeah, that is also nice. Which actually, the intro screen that I use on this has a AI generated background that I 100% stole. But I can't steal it because it wasn't owned by anybody because it was AI generated. Fun fact. Literally,
Okay.
somebody had a big list of AI art, and I was like, hey, that kind of looks like Twilight, and I just saved it and used it.
And they get really mad, which is so ironic.
They can be as mad as they want. You cannot copyright it.
The people that get mad about that are the same people who are mad about the whole "you stole my NFT."
Be a right-click hero.
The good thing about them not being able to copyright AI art is it also protects music because somebody already went out and made every possible pleasing combination of musical notes and tried to copyright it. So can you steal
That's
public
like
domain?
trying to,
Anyways,
You can always
that's like
steal a
trying to
vending.
copyright the word "the."
Yes, we should probably go back to game.
Yeah.
And not go on these tangents.
what one last random thing though was I via random association was reminded of the dudes that tried to trademark reaction videos.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. People will try a lot of things. Either way, before the big bad D gets involved in this conversation, because they will, and the lines we're going down. Yeah, you guys got 2 days to. Oh, how did I cut myself? To clean things up as you wish.
Right.
Well,
Fret will offer to assist with whatever needs to be assisted with.
well, at least 1 to 2 of us need to do a stakeout at Lunar Snow Haven.
Yeah.
Lost is not opposed to doing it himself, but also he does have day work to do, such as helping paint with scholarship stuff.
Fret offers to help with the takeout then.
Very well. Would you and Shoal like to take care of that?
Fret will look to Shoal.
Show will look at Fred.
Why am I imagining like the Pokemon Link cable thing, theme and all, with you exchanging thoughts?
Yeah.
Except there's no thoughts, the heads are empty.
Yeah, it looks like we're
It's just the connection not found.
bonded binding, but we're not.
I'm just reminded of all of those memes. That's like, bro was just about to have his first thought for a second there.
Oh boy.
But yeah, Fret will though bonded mind the whole. You wanna go do a stakeout with me?
Oh, sure.
Do you want to do a stakeout?
And thumbs up from Fret.
All right, sounds like 2 people are going to the snowfields to do a stakeout. Do you guys have any specific plans with this? Or are you guys just going to wander about? Because it's the snowfields.
Well, Fret's gonna need information lost of what the plan is.
So far, what we know is that there is an agent that is going to be tracking someone in the Lunar Snow Haven. A Subject X. We don't know who this subject is, if they've already completed their observation of the subject or not. Regardless of that, we want to be on the lookout for suspicious figures. Specifically, those wearing trilby hats and trench coats. Because I guess everybody shops at the same store when it comes to these organizations.
Uniforms are important.
The irony
Gloves.
when you make an outfit to be inconspicuous that makes you conspicuous.
Last grumbling about how that's not how covert ops work.
Oh.
So, with that in mind, given the lunar snow haven is by and large, well, snow, the subject is probably either someone who makes regular trips around the area, or lives somewhere inside it, which would put them in one of the sparsely structured areas.
Snowhaven is 13.
Yep,
Yep.
Cool.
it's a new area, relatively speaking.
Yeah, it appeared just before you did, Fret. Weird that, isn't it?
Oh.
It's part of why it's not all that built up.
Actually, that makes it a good candidate for a excuse that Fret is going to use then.
Oh no.
And that a good way to uh do some staking out is to have a actual pretense for being there that makes sense. So yeah, it being a new addition to the circle. Yeah, Fret is going to use it as a starting point for his uh beginning to map out things.
As best as you can in a non-Euclidean space, sure.
Yes. So Wayfinder, Astrolabe, and yeah. But it's a case of yeah. So when he's scouting the area for looking for nerds in hats, he'll also be doing some charting.
Understood. All right. Well, Dr. Volt, are you doing anything during this time period? Because I know that it sounds like Glass is going to be sitting down with Paint to get some paperwork done.
I mean, I suppose Dr. Volt will just continue research on the tension wire.
Yep.
Being a good little wagey.
I mean, sometimes you do what you need to. Can you do me a favor and roll a knowledge science or whatever it is that you roll for that?
Well, I just rolled a d20 because I figured I would be rolling a d20. And I got a 10. So I got a 21.
Understood. Do you have a specific goal right now, or are you just trying to see its capabilities? What are you doing with it specifically?
I believe last time we established that he was able to replicate it, but not replicate it consistent.
Yes. Are you continuing to work on replication?
Specifically trying to get down the consistency aspect.
Understood. You're ending at a point where you think that there's a certain amount of minerals you need. You're got it down to a certain you know what metals are in there for sure now. You're just playing around with that whole I need this percent of this to make this work. Which is the fun part. any concoction.
Especially with metallurgy.
Yes. You're also finding very quickly that the steel is not... It's well blended, if that makes sense.
I assume that mostly makes sense. I'm assuming it's not like something like, say, for example, Damascus steel, where
Yeah, it's
they're
not like
clearly delineated this and that. It's like
it's quite the opposite.
yeah,
You're
it's like
pretty
a
sure it
pure
has to be.
mixture of
Yeah, it has
whatever.
to be properly blended. You're pretty sure. Just to address chat really quickly, I know that when it comes to ninjas in traditional Japanese culture, they were actually spies, not necessarily fighters. So I know that the outfits they wore midnight blue, but I don't remember all the details of exactly what they wore. Because most of them were survivalists and spies.
Most of the time, they wore normal clothes.
Yep, which chat already said. I'm just addressing it because they were talking
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to go in the snowfields, and we got those two that are filling out paperwork, and I'm pretty sure you don't need me to run filling out paperwork and writing essays, right?
No, I don't think we need to go in detail on that.
But what if I want to hear you write me a 3-page essay right on the spot?
Oh Jesus!
Oh, please no.
No, I'm the only one that could bullshit that. No. That's because there's something wrong with me. Wow, there is a lot wrong with me. So you guys are wandering around and you're doing your mapping thing as best as a non-Euclidean, as much as you can.
With Traveler's Any Tool formed into a sextant, my astrolabe, my wayfinder, and the bonus I get from the Ion Stone.
Yep. And you can go ahead and roll that while I tell Hey Viv.
Meow.
Oh, and star charts.
Yep, go ahead and roll away. Do you know what smell you don't often smell randomly here in Twilight since you've gotten here?
The smell of bitch.
Blood.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Now you
A
can tell
smell, a
it's...
kind of a smelly smell, the kind of smell that smells smelly.
Yes.
Squint.
well.
It's weird because you know it's animal blood. But the only time that you've smelt animal blood here in Twilight is when somebody's cooking with it.
Squint. Doesn't smell like it's being cooked, does it?
No.
Well, time to start looking.
And with the still air here, you know that means
Also-
it's had been here for a while and had a chance to permeate.
Yeah, that's kind of gross.
I mean, if there's anything that is set to track down the scent of blood, it is the literal shark.
Yes, you may roll your survival. What was your roll, by the way, Vari?
Okay, so without any, I'm not exactly sure what circumstances, bonuses, or anything I would get for using tools that are for things, but 22 before any of those bonuses.
Understood. This is one of those situations where there's just a lot of nothing. There's only a few homes and stuff that you can use as points. You feel you're starting to get an okay understanding of how this area works, but man, it's weird being underneath the full moon consistently.
Yeah, I figure that it's going to be a case of needing to get several points of reference before the stuff starts making sense.
Yeah, and it's also non-Euclidean space, so even when things make sense,
Mhm.
they don't make sense, but they do make sense. But you're used to that bullshit now, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, go ahead, Viv. Roll a survival to try and track down the blood.
But yeah, and
Oh,
otherwise, Fred's mostly gonna leave the actual like tracking
that's
thing
it.
to
18.
to Shoal.
So not terrible.
Yep. It's a little hard here to discern the exact center, and it's going to take you a little bit. You
Yeah,
do
'cause
have
it's
the
not
option
underwater.
of calling in reinforcements if you want, because it's going to take you a while before going all the way in. You will eventually find the center of it, but it's long enough to the point where you could probably actually stop and go get somebody if you wanted.
What's long enough?
It's basically one of those situations where it's going to take like an hour to 2 hours to do. And I'm giving Viv the option to stop and go, let's get people.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Especially since he's having trouble. You're not in the water. If you're in the water, that'd work.
If I was in the water, I'd get bonuses.
Yes.
But yeah, Fred will do the bonded mind. I suppose I'll hang around here. You're gonna go back and get what last and paint at least.
I mean, I'm still like narrowing down where the scent is. Wouldn't Fret have to go get it? Go get them? From what I understand of my role.
I mean, you are trying to narrow it down. Fret could be the one to go get. Either of you could. Though progress would be lost if Shoal stopped. AKA new rolls. It's up to you two.
Well, I should probably stay here because I don't want to lose any progress on this. You should probably go get them, Mr. Guide.
Fred kind of just sighs and nods.
Fret didn't want to go.
And yeah, he'll
Wait a minute,
finish making a couple notes.
these guys are targeting politicians, right?
Just one so far.
Okay. Well, as long as it's just one. Otherwise, we have to wrap this up before November. Otherwise, Fire gets charged with it. Because he's the guide fox.
That is such a stretch of a joke.
I know.
Oh my god.
I tried to shove it off to the side too, but you see how well that worked. Good. Hey Vari, who are all you getting?
Yeah, Fred, I suppose will it was mentioned about the college thing earlier, right? So yeah, Fred will go see if he can find last and paint.
Yep, they'll be in the bakery.
Oh, okay.
Yep, because I'm assuming they're not going to leave there just to fill out paperwork.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
That's fair.
Especially when we already have a lot of the paperwork we need.
All right.
Well, Fred will show up with a sign that says, "We need assistance."
Is this the kind of assistance that requires armor?
Fred will scribble out, there was the smell of blood.
Ah, understood. Lost is gonna go get his equipment on.
Understood. Hey, Shoal,
Yeah.
you find the body.
What is it?
It's a humanoid wearing a trilby and a trench coat, laying face first in the snow, slightly covered. Even from here, you can tell that somebody dumped blood all over it. There is a knife in his back.
Hey, look, free food.
Out of character, hearing you say that, my brain, hey, look, free food. Chew, chew, chew. Person trying desperately not to scream.
Actually, that's a good question. Do you bite him?
Yes.
His body's cold. He does not react in the slightest.
Squint.
Not even a twitch, not even a slight tug, not the gentlest of sounds, not even a sharp breath. Literally nothing.
Here's an important question, Viv.
Yes.
Do you have any points in the heal skill?
Yes. I have a +2 to heal.
You can roll it if you'd like.
My diagnosis, he's dead, Jim. That's a 7.
Well, this is Twilight and he's still here. He's not shattered. He can't be dead. But you just hurt him. Do you wish to do anything else while you wait for the others?
I'm gonna roll him over.
On his chest is pinned a letter that says, "Welcome to the game, recallers."
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna continue rolling him around in a circle.
As the party, except for Dr. Volt, you see Viv, or excuse me, Shoal rolling this body around. This man is wearing a trilby. He looks like one of the more common species of Twilight, with a knife still in his back, by the way, and a note pinned to his chest. At least all the fake blood that was spilt all around is now in the snow.
Fret will just blink and, via bonded mind, just, what the fuck, Shoal?
Shoal is just gonna continue rolling him around. I don't know, I found him like this.
Lost just puts a hand to his face. Shoal, you're messing with a crime scene.
Yeah, you Fret kind of just flailing his hands as he bonded minds. You've completely. Oh god, this crime scene. What the hell?
Oh, why? You just left the body. Oh, this is so much paperwork.
I told you guys I was going to be a problem.
You made this even better.
I love how, there's a dead person in a place where people aren't supposed to be able to die and stuff, and the concern here isn't about the dead person, it's about the paperwork.
I mean, he's not dead.
So we don't know that he's actually dead yet. He just appears dead. Which, by the way, what kind of check should I make to like look at them?
Heal check. Yep. So far, heal check. I was planning that to be the end, but they're not role playing as much as they normally do. So
I'm sorry.
no, it's fine.
Also, that's a 17.
Also, we still got 2 hours.
I know, but that's fine. I have other cliffhangers. I have so
Okay.
much ready. You very
Yeah, because
quickly,
I'm gonna have another artist come join.
huh?
Woo. Woo.
What?
Also, Paint is
Other
gonna
artist.
attempt the. Yes.
Should I turn back
I'm
on
gonna
the?
have my. Not yet.
Okay,
He's not here yet.
that's fine.
Paint is also doing heal. 16.
That's fine. This man, by all accounts, is unconscious for an unknown reason until you realize there's still a knife in his back that is made out of what looks like pure silver with engravings on the blade.
Oh, lovely. That's probably spellcraft.
Yeah, detect magic.
Oh, there's magic on him. The blade is magicless now.
Oh shit.
Oh, well then in that case, I'm rolling a spellcraft check.
Yep.
Ah! I'm burning a reroll. I didn't like that number. It's okay, I rolled worse.
Take the higher.
I've
All right,
got a
well the higher
terrible-
is still like a 14.
Yep. Y'all may roll. Roll away.
Now I gotta go
5.
find the thingy
5.
dashboard tracker.
Okay. Pate does not know. Anybody else rolling spellcraft?
Yeah, I will in a second.
Okay.
I think the only one here who has a good spellcraft
rolled
is
the dice.
Dr. Volt.
Who is not there?
Yep. Oh, pfft.
Yep.
Wrong
Vari,
way.
oh, it's because Vari's lagging out.
Yeah, as usual.
I can see his ping.
Roll from.
A 5.
Damn it. Well, that's a 10.
You guys,
We have the same spellcraft.
pull off his jacket and try to figure out what's going on. And when you get onto his back, you see slightly glowing in blue a bunch of runes around the wound. This man is entrapped in something that is forcing him to be unconscious, even if you don't know what it is. By the way,
Well,
you also discover the note on his chest for the rest of you that says, "Welcome to the game, Recallers." Oh, the healers are going to have a fun time because they do actually do realistic healing here. They're one of the very few real jobs here. This is going to be a mess to deal with.
hey, so I have a spell specifically that would help with this.
Do you?
Rune Trace.
That allows you to make a copy of the spell, yes.
No. It doesn't make a copy. It gives me insight as to what it is, why it is, and when it was made. And assortment of other things.
Yep, you can attempt. I'm going to run the bathroom. Actually, we're at the 2:45-minute mark. I'm going to make everybody stand up and stretch. This is good break time. I also need to use the bathroom anyways.
Same.
Literally just
Yep.
cut up the notes.
Everybody stand, stretch, take care of yourselves. Enjoy my character flipping out.
Yeah, rune trace. By immersing yourself fully in the intricacies of a carved or written rune of any kind, you can divine the elements of that rune's nature. While casting rune trace, you must run your fingers, which cannot be gloved at the time, over the rune glyph symbol or other marking you want to examine. This does not trigger any effects that touching this rune normally would trigger. Runes, symbols, and other effects that trigger when read still trigger as normal if you do so But note that this spell does not require you to view or read the rune that you're targeting. When the spell's casting time ends, you instantly receive flashes of insight regarding the rune's nature, history, purpose, um, including the following information: uh, the age. You learn if the rune was placed within the last 24 hours, within the last month, within the last year, decade, century, or prior to the last century. Um, if you have cast Rune Trace on a magical rune, you gain a +5 bonus to all skill rolls and checks to dispel, disable, or otherwise tamper with the rune. Um, you learn what language the character of the rune is taken from. Um, or in the case of a rune that has no language, you learn that it is a unique image, and you learn the general purpose of the rune, such as whether it's a decoration, information, a magical defense, or a warning, so on and so forth. Yeah, 1 minute cast time, rune touched, saving throw none, spell resistance no. Yeah.
I return.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Unfortunately, I have very few skills that are good for this sort of investigation.
Oh.
Marty's about to have some fun because he said some magic words that I like.
Oh dear.
Can you do me a favor and just list out quickly in private those parameters that you get specifically at the end? And I do believe it said you saw things, right?
Let's see. Yeah, flashes of insight. Yeah, regarding the rune's nature,
You
history,
you
and
have
purpose.
activated Era's trap card.
Yep. Yep. Uh,
I'm getting cheesed right now. Oh, ho 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 ho. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is gonna be fun, Vari. And as soon as Viv's
Oh
back.
dear.
I should probably send you what was written to Morin.
Yep, probably. Yeah, I was hoping Vari would use this. Literally, when I was writing
I've
it, I
been
was
sitting
like,
on this spell for what, like
you've had one use of it so far. But no,
no, this is my first casting of it.
I was sitting here going, I wonder if Vari's
Because
going to touch the thing. If I put a thing in front of him, is he going to touch the
Yep.
giant thing that nobody knows anything
oh,
about?
of course.
Oh, Vari's touching the duck again.
Yes, he always does. I have to
He
be careful about.
prepared for this, though.
I have to be careful about the red buttons I put in these games because he will touch them. I could put giant signs all over the place that says this will end the universe if you touch it, and Vari's going to run up and go whack. What does the sign say?
And meanwhile, you gotta be careful about what you put in with paint because he might try to blow it up, like with the bomb.
Yep, I've learned this now,
oh, jeez.
which means I got to
Joel might
put
bite
plenty
it.
of bombs. Welcome back, Viv.
I'm still not in the room yet.
Ah.
But my headset reconnected, so that's nice.
Good.
Good. Is everybody about ready to hear what Vari goes through?
Oh,
I'm ready.
as he massages this dude's back effectively for a minute and some change.
Yeah, I need you to roll a will save right away.
Oh, Jesus.
Thank you, Cass. Food. You're awesome, Cass.
That did weird things. Oh, it's because the table's raised. There. Okay. Well, that's a bad roll then. Because that is going to be a 7.
Okay. I'll eat in a second.
Hey, at least it's not supposed to trigger according to the spell.
Well, let me start answering your questions before I go in your vision, and let me tell the party something. Vari gets a really strange looking symbol in his eye that it's too bad that the certain doctor isn't here for. As he suddenly sits up. Hey, Vari. To answer your questions flatly, age within the last month. If you will not be able to dispel this. Language is Protean.
Okay.
Purpose was to
Oh.
ensure a mortal soul is locked in slumber. You see flashes of a door being pushed open where a lot of mortal-made weapons exist in a room. You get flashes of somebody carving these in. With the flash of the symbol that is in your eyes, it looks like a mess of jumbled arrows. Like somebody pointing in several different directions at the same time flashes over these visions of this hand that is gloved carefully, sleeved well, carves the symbols in, and simply dips the blade into a black liquid you recognize.
Oh. Oh.
After a few moments, the rest of the party watches as Vari falls unconscious for a few
That's
moments. Or Fret, excuse me, falls unconscious.
So Fret collapses over the body.
Yep, he's basically rebooting. So you will be up in a minute or so.
Paint is immediately over there giving him the Healy licks. Paint doesn't know what's happening. He just knows he collapsed. So Healy.
And for Vivek specifically, it's like somebody turned him off.
Oh, Fret doesn't like that.
Fret!
Shoal doesn't like that.
Last is going to trudge through the snow closer to get Fret off the body. Checking for pulse.
Well,
Lick,
he's a spirit.
lick, lick,
Yes.
lick.
Well, he kind of is ragdolled for a little bit, so
Checking if alive is a better way to put it.
Yep. Windows has restarted.
God, AOL
Fret
dial
kind of
tones
does the kind of jerkily kind of try to flinch away from people around him and kind of blinks.
The question is, if he was ragdolled, how much physics does he still have?
Well, this is Twilight, so yes.
But yeah, he'll kind of jerkily kind of get back to his feet. And looks very shaken.
What happened and who do I murder?
Fret will kind of just gently walk over and sit down next to Shoal. Kind of just drape an arm over Shoal. And will bonded mind. I think that there's big problems here. Big problems.
So I'm going to need to murder a lot of people.
Fret will kind of just gesture at the guy's back, and will bonded mind to Shoal. Those runes are in Protean.
Would Shoal even understand the significance of that?
Do you have knowledge of planes?
No.
Nope.
Fret does. Which actually,
Shoal-
I suppose I should roll the knowledge planes also.
You get your +5.
Cool. What the fuck? Well,
I mean, it's 14.
that was weird, but okay. So that is a knowledge plans of
Moderately decent, I think.
25.
Yeah, you know
So-
very well that what proteans are. They look for entropy. They're typically very chaotic. But the weird thing about all this is that if these were outsiders, the Kopf would have gotten involved.
Here's an important question: is there actually Fret will pull out his chalkboard and scribble out? Are there any proteans in the city?
Would Lost be able to see that?
Yes,
Yes.
it is on the chalkboard.
Would I have to knowledge that?
No, you know very well that if there were any proteins in the city, it'd probably be a problem because proteans don't end up here.
Lost will shake his head. No. Proteans are not permitted within the city.
Fret will wipe off his chalkboard and write out, "That's a protean rune," and then gesture at the body.
Proteans aren't necessarily known for being wicked.
Fret will wipe that out, and then scribble out that weapon was dipped in the blackest of things.
You mean what we retrieved?
Fret will do bold style, so taking the chalk and doing it sideways, and will write worse.
Worse. Worse
It's
than
Black 5.0.
You guys had slightly corrupted stuff.
Yeah, we had slightly corrupted. What Fret saw in his flash of insight was big corrupted.
Just so everyone's aware, apparently Black 4.0 is the name of what is currently the blackest black.
Nice.
So I'm like, it's Black 5.0.
Congratulations, people. We're copywriting the blackest black ever blacked.
Yep.
We own it now. Can't make
I
it.
mean, unironically, it actually probably is something that can be copywritten because, like, it involves some intense sciencing to get that much light absorbed.
Well, you see, because we're in a unique position, we can just open source it immediately. So Black 5.0 from here on out is officially open source. No artist.
So Fret will scribble out. Someone go get Volt. And then looks around and then considers and then stands up as if to go get Volt.
Lost will hold out a hand to, stop Pret. You need to rest. Shoal, take him somewhere safe. Anywhere you deem fit.
Fret looks so offended.
I mean, you are kind of... You don't feel right now.
If I have to drag you there by the scruff, I will.
Fred, you are our teammate.
Paint is giving another Healy lick.
Fret will gently pat Paint.
Just get somewhere safe. We will bring Volt to you. As for the body, this isn't very much of a crime scene anymore.
Fret suddenly kind of just holds his head like he has a really bad headache.
Shoal is going to grab one of Fret's sleeves in his teeth and start dragging him away.
Fret will look back to the body though and be like, well, to bonded mind to Shoal. But the body, we need to.
Need to.
Don't- I guess it's fine.
No, finish your words.
The symbol. We need to. Well, I.
We aren't leaving it behind, Fred. Lost
Fret
gives
kind
up.
of looks a little bit comforted.
I'll be taking this to the guard. But first, we need Volt. And he's going to pick up the body and the weapon.
Nobody's pulled it out yet, so yeah.
He won't pull it out if he has anything to say about it. He's already moving it from the crime scene, which is just terrible work professionality on his part, but there isn't really a whole lot more he can do. He can't risk it being moved by someone else.
Yeah, I mean, the crime scene's pretty much gone anyway, so sure.
It was gone the moment they found out that Scholl was rolling the body around.
Yep.
Literally no point in trying to preserve it.
It's okay. This is a snowfield. Snow covers up evidence here all the time. Always a light snow.
Right.
Hey, Conrad's here.
Awesome.
Mito.
Woo.
Hello,
Scholl,
Conrad.
where should we meet you?
Charl is going to rattle off a address on the wharfs.
Understood. I'll bring the doctor there.
I assume above water.
Yes. Mostly.
It is going to be incredibly awkward traipsing about the city with this thing over my shoulder.
Paint sends a mental image of himself carrying it.
No, that's even worse. And I can't do that to you. You've already carried me twice. He's
He
gonna.
will not. And he goes ahead to scout out the way.
Side note, Zim, just to make you a little bit jealous, remember that cornbread my roommate made?
Oh, the ranch one.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Well, to make
I'm
you
assuming he
jealous,
made
I'm
more.
getting a 3D model of paint right now. God, I want food.
Why haven't you eaten then?
Busy.
Squint.
Normally, streamers eating on stream.
Well, it's also my leg is not happy with me walking around right now, so I was gonna go get food during the break, but leg decided no, that's not happening.
Oh dear.
Well,
It'll
Rex can't
settle
move
down
his-
eventually, and then I can get food.
Well, you better eat at some point, otherwise we'll do a group squint. We'll surround you and squint.
But I can't eat squints.
You can eat squids. Either rate. I'll stop eating for half a second. And reset my camera.
So while Fred is being dragged around, he's going to take out a bar of water meal and eat it.
Are you going for that as comfort food right now?
Yes.
Boy.
I'm not there to scold you.
I mean, okay, at least he can't, like, get fat off of binging these things. I
You can
guess.
still get sick.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys are going to Dr. Volt. The other two are going to, I'm assuming, Viv's residence.
It is not Viv's residence, but it is close to there.
Understood. Vari already received the messages he will need. So, hey, Key, poor Last Lost is getting all sorts of looks when you're walking through the city with what looks like an unconscious, faux murdered body over your shoulder.
Paint is going to make spectacles in the street, specifically, knocking things over and stuff to draw eyes away from Lost.
So everything's really weird right now. Yeah,
Yes.
people might be just going inside.
He steals a thing off of a street vendor's cart, things like that.
Paint.
He's helping.
Paint. He actually has to stop when Paint steals from like the street vendor, just so he can double check that if it's one of those vendors that has to be paid.
Yeah, it is. If it's not stealing, if it's free already.
Paint. You need to put that back.
He will put it back.
The vendor just kind of staring at you guys and goes, "Is this part of that really weird game?"
Yes.
And he shuts the umbrella to his cart and starts to pull it away.
Oh,
That's about the reaction I thought I'd get. And he continues.
It's of course at some point in time, one of your fellow guards walks up and goes, "Where are you going? And is he really playing dead that hard?"
I really don't have time to explain this to you. But I'm getting Dr. Volt.
I don't know who that is. I'll go do my stupid report. God damn it. Starts
Please.
to walk along.
Hold up.
What?
Get some of the healers ready at the Guardian.
Why?
Because we're going to need healers to help this person.
Why? It's just a knife wound. It'll be fine.
If I wasn't afraid of causing him more damage, I'd throw the damn body on the ground so you could see a little better.
She's fine. Whatever, dude. Play the bit. Gods. All right, sure. I'll go tell the healers we got a wounded victim. Fuck.
Paint is going to see... Have I got my mask back yet?
Yeah, you got it back in the same time.
Okay. But Paint is going to see that Lost's face is, like, real mad. He is super unhappy with the way this is being treated.
Just a game, right? Just some idiots breaking the rules and playing a game, and we have to deal with it, right?
Paint is nuzzling at last leg.
I know. It's not your fault. And
He
it's not
sends
even
a
theirs.
he sends a mental image of Doggo last, fur all standing on end, vibrating violently, and then a follow-up of dead Doggo last. And then he whines again.
I'll be okay. This organization can't do anything worse to me than I haven't already experienced.
He shakes his head and sends image of Doggo last and Paint in a clearing in the moonlight, eyes closed, just breathing. At this rate, I think Paint's first words are going to be Hakuna Matata.
Oh.
As long as it's not Hakuna Katana, then you get your entire Dynamics Link show mad at you.
Oh no.
That is a joke that only Vari was supposed to get.
I'm trying to be responsible, Paint. This is... It's
Paint?
even more than the team.
Paint is sending another mental image. There are two lakes side by side, with Last looking into the water, Doggo Last. On the one side, the vibrating, clearly stressed out version is looking into the water, and the water is jittery and he can't see anything. And the other one, the Doggo Last, is much more calm and relaxed. And the water is calm and he can clearly see his reflection in the water.
Sighing, Last will drop a hand and gently pet over Paint's head in one of his ears, letting his hand drop to his side. I'll be okay. I promise.
I gotta say, it's kind of fun describing these little scenes and not actually, you know, it's an interesting role play thing of not actually using words to just say what he's meaning.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to interpret what they are, and then also what would character interpret what they are.
I mean, Verdant could
Yeah.
start doing nothing but doodles if you really want.
Yes.
But then
I'm-
nobody would ever understand him again because it's Verdant.
But it's Verdant. How could they not?
Because they'd be all have silly doodles of himself doing silly things. That's how Verdant thinks, in silly thoughts. But
Oh, my native language.
we're not quite to your level. You're what's the nice way of saying a special case?
Rude.
I'm not hearing arguments.
No,
My bush. Either rate. Unfortunately, the walk there is going to have a handful of similar situations last before you do get there. I'm assuming to where the labs are.
Yeah, assuming that Volt is at MSS.
And the person at the front desk looks up and goes, "Please tell me it doesn't have to do with that stupid game."
This is probably the fourth or fifth time he's had to answer this. So at this point, he's just got the deadpan expression going. Hopefully it doesn't get stuck on that.
Oh no.
What the hell do you want from us?
I am here for Volt. I require him.
Oh, great. Okay. Paging Dr. Volt. She hits a button, and then immediately in the intercom, Volt hears over his head, "We need you to come down to the front desk, please, and get this thing out of our office, please."
I certainly hope you're referring to the body.
Yes, you're a person. I get it. Don't worry. I'm not that crude. She hasn't let go of the button. Paging Dr. Volt, please get down to
Dr. Volt will head his way down there.
She repeats it like 3 times and eventually releases the button.
I imagine we hear him say, "I'm on my way," and she still is saying it.
She's done with this whole shit thing already, and it just started.
Because
Well, of course she didn't hear him. She kept her finger on the button.
yep.
Yes.
Oh, one of those types of intercoms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I'm imagining that Paint with his radar dish ears heard Volt say it.
Dr. Volt's going to be able to walk down and see what looks like the receptionist absolutely being done with this situation, as well as there's paint, there's lost, there's a dead body.
Well, I certainly missed some developments.
Yes, you have. We need your assistance, Bolt. Shoal gave me an address to go to. I'm afraid that I'm going to have to steal you from your work for a period of time.
Well, I made some decent progress today, so there should be no issues with that.
Good. Right. Thank you for your time, ma'am. He addresses the receptionist.
You're absolutely fantastically welcome. Please take the dead body out of here. It smells bad. Or the living guy that drenched himself in blood.
I am aware. And then he's going to very stiffly march out of the building with Paint and Volt in tow. He is very done with these reactions.
What did you expect?
Oh no, he knew this was coming. It doesn't stop him from being annoyed.
Yep, it's going to happen probably 6 or 7 more times. Then you get into the wharfs and everybody just stops giving a fuck.
The relief is visible on his mask.
Oh, look, you're in the area where there's sailors and pirates and, you know, port people. They just look up and go, whatever.
Just another Tuesday.
Oh, somebody's pretending to be dead again. Okay. Doesn't that have to do with that weird game? Oh, whatever. Doesn't affect us here. We don't give shits. You'll be able to make it to the address that Shola's given you.
Cool.
And yeah, in the meantime, yeah, Fret will have made ceremonial tea for himself for what little help comforting him. He's probably eaten 3 or 4 Wandermeal bars and has started scribbling violently in a book.
So you guys are actually going to see that there's a sign on the there's a on the when you get there on the main wall facing the streets, it is carved into the wall, kind of sloppily, Shoal's boathouse. He just kind of found an abandoned sort of like boat jetty warehouse thing and it was like, this is mine now, and he's kind of been renovating it. It's surprisingly clean, if a little rundown on the outside. And it leads directly into the water.
That's amazing, and I love it.
He bites anyone that comes inside without his permission.
Which is unfortunately a lot of customers. Oh, look, a boat maker. Ow! The fuck?
I don't make boats. Bite.
Then why is it a boathouse?
Because you house a boat in it.
Then why the sign?
Because it's mine. It
And
doesn't
now
say
I'm a mess.
it doesn't say Shoal's Boat Emporium. It says his boat house.
Doesn't say Shoal's
I'm-
boat and tackle.
Now I'm just imagining that this is the scene we're walking up to happening.
Probably. By the way,
Yeah, that sounds possible.
there's a question in chat for Shoal that I have to read out. Do you have multiple rows of teeth like other sharks?
Duh.
I was expecting a ruder answer.
Oh, sorry. No shit, Sherlock.
There it is.
What'd you do? Figure that one out from the Discovery Channel?
I mean,
True.
maybe.
All right.
Anyway, you said I needed to be ruder.
Random NPC number 742 leaves the building looking horrified and rubbing their arm, going, God damn, I'm going to have to go to the healers for this bite. Ow, fuck you.
I'll do it again, too!
Fuck you!
Don't make me come over there.
Shoal.
I got twice as many legs. I'll catch you.
Shoal.
What?
Do you really need to harass the citizenry?
They came into my house.
Do you not have a lock?
I mean, if people would just fucking mind their own business, I wouldn't have to bite them when they came onto my property. It says it's mine. You don't go into some place that's somebody else's.
I mean, usually not without a warrant, but that's an entirely different issue. Don't you even have, like, a switch latch?
I don't know. This place was a complete dump when I found it.
Stares at the door. Is there really no lock mechanism?
No.
Why does it need a lock mechanism? I don't keep my things here.
Except for
At
your
least
boat.
not my important things.
Oh, except for your boat.
What boat? I am the boat.
Just experimentally nudges the door with his tail a few times.
It opens.
But mild amusement, the door probably creaks, doesn't it?
No, the door is surprisingly well oiled.
Huh.
It just looks like crap on the outside.
He still nudges it a few times because it's amusing to see the fact that he can just nudge it open with his tail. Look, he needed something. Okay.
I needed some place where I could entertain guests that isn't your bakery or, the bar.
How long ago did you commandeer this place?
I don't know, a while ago. Before I was a recaller.
Oh.
It's called I Have Friends, and most of them can't breathe underwater. So I needed something to, work around that.
Paint's just tilting his head at that comment. Sends a mental image to Last of Shoal with a bunch of sticks that are arranged in similar shapes to him, followed by a question mark.
Oh, what was that? Was that at me?
No, that was a.
No, that was sent to Last.
Yes, I'm still trying to parse what Paint was trying to ask.
I mean, if you guys don't understand, you guys obviously just don't understand.
Yeah.
What was the image again? I'm sorry.
Shoal surrounded by a bunch of figures made out of sticks that look similar to Shoal, surrounding Shoal, followed by a question mark.
Well, I don't know of any other cat sharks in the city.
This was after Shoal made the comment about having friends.
Oh, I'm aware. That is literally lost response.
Oh, okay.
But
You're lucky
Yes.
Shoal didn't get that because he'd push you in the water.
Lass does not have the patience for that right now.
There's a ramp leading to the water. I could punt him right down there real quick.
It's real tempting just to slide this body into the water right now with all the trouble it's given.
Anyway, Mala, I don't want to hear it from the fluffy frisbee. Rude.
Oh, yes. Soul has friends outside the team. I just happen to not. Mostly. Anyway, body. Lifts up the body.
Yes, that is
and
one.
Lays it down. Okay, Dr. Volt.
Are y'all still outside, or have y'all?
No, they're
like-
inside.
No, we are
Okay,
inside
okay.
now.
Okay, well, Fred's just over in a corner, scribbling into a book.
Yep. Well, there's plenty of. There's actually several sets of tables and chairs, two of which have the little umbrella things coming off of them.
This
They
is
are
inside.
Yeah. It's an there is not a garage door leading to the water. It is an open side facing the water.
It's literally half a building with water on the other side.
Yeah.
It's a boathouse.
But yeah, Fred's just continuing to scribble.
If you could, Doctor, an examination of the body and of Fret would be in order. Maybe Fret first.
So that'd be a heal check,
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
not something the good doctor is actually the most skilled at. I am not that kind of doctor. That's a 9.
That's better than what I got.
Yeah, he's alive. Yep,
Well,
Fred's alive.
he's breathing.
Fred is scribbling a symbol into a book over and over and over and over and over and over.
Hey.
Okay, that is more useful.
Maybe roll a knowledge everything.
Not the best knowledge, everything. That's a total of a 16.
It makes you feel weird.
Well, that is certainly a disconcerting symbol. I am not exactly intimate with its meaning, but I am going to go out on a limb and say nothing good.
Fred kind of just slams the book closed and kind of just puts a hand on the book to make sure it stays closed, and looks up at Dr. Volt, and then down at the book,
More evidence that it is nothing good.
and then pulls out his chalkboard and scribbles out, "I did a rune trace. It might have been a bad idea."
Are you okay?
Fret goes italicized with his writing, with little flowery flourishes, and writes out, "Probably not."
Oh.
Okay, so this rune was inscribed where?
Body. Gestures at the body. Which, yeah, the coat was kind of draped over it because we took it off, but you can easily just take it off to reveal the knife wound.
Yeah, around the knife wound, there's a bunch of runes. You can roll a knowledge planes or knowledge everything again if you'd like.
I sniped my dice out of the air 1 second. Stop being sniped out of the air. Great, and of course I roll a fucking 4.
You should have taken the previous number.
Yeah, but I should have taken either of the ones where I sniped
You-
it out of the air.
Technically do still have 2 rerolls left.
Okay, yeah, I'll use a reroll.
Yep, make sure to update in your dashboard tracker.
Hey, look, there's a fucking 29.
Woo!
Actually, you know what? No, I'm using my fleam power, so it's like a
Fleam!
32 or something.
You begin to look over the ruins and you have the horrifying realization that these are protean-based ruins, which mortal minds aren't supposed to fuck with.
Oh, this is
A problem.
It's a very high-level spell. It's probably 8th or 9th level. Takes a whole lot of energy. Soul lock.
suffice it to say, in my original world, I would have exercised caution while executing a spell of this power. And please note the source. I would have exercised caution.
Wonderful. This is increasingly looking like something the cough actually should be involved in.
Okay, what other information were you able to glean?
Fret will scribble out. The weapons were dipped in the dark fluid.
I think it was called God's Blood?
Yeah, Fret isn't actually going to write that.
Then Dr. Volt is going to have to ask for what clarification of what the dark fluid is. Do you mean ink?
Fret shakes his head. Fret will kind of scribble out. You recall that stuff we picked up from the war world thing?
Oh,
That
go back and previously
What
upgrade what I
dark?
said to extreme caution.
Fret will scribble out. This is not the only weapon either.
Of course it's not.
Fret will scribble out. There's a room somewhere.
A room full of weapons dipped in the dark fluid. Yes,
Fret
he
will-
made air quotes while he said that.
Fret will scribble out. Daggers, swords, arrows. All sorts of weapons.
What concerns me is how they could possibly get their hands on that much dark fluid. Enough to corrupt that many weapons?
Fret scribbles out. It doesn't take much.
The fact that they were able to get any is more than a little concerning.
Remind me, everyone, as Last looks up towards the ceiling of the boathouse. Didn't that one take the god's blood that we had retrieved?
Fret nods.
Wait, the ceiling of the boathouse took the god's blood?
No, that one, the smiley guy that doesn't say anything, that lockpicked the
That
door.
one is in the name, that one.
Yeah, it's put me off every time I've heard it too, but then I
I know
realized,
it's
oh yeah,
funny.
it's a character.
It's great.
Okay, it's put me off so much. Apparently, I didn't know that his name was that one.
Yeah, his name is that one.
there's a he's came up like 3 times so far, and it's just been like for a brief moment each time.
Considering Dr. Volt is smarter than me, however, he will have probably actually made note of this and will refuse to play a game of Who's on First.
But what's on second?
No, what's on
These
third?
hands.
Damn.
So, Isa, we are dealing with what could potentially be described as interplanar deific levels of struggle or corruption at the highest level of what passes for government.
Fret will do the affirmative finger guns with a snap, even.
I read what was essentially the Akashic records, despite everyone telling me it was a bad idea. We might be getting in over our heads here.
Fret kind of does the shrug and kind of halfway nod.
I mean, I swam through a hole, a superliminal hole. So I mean,
The next stop for this body is the barracks. It has to be. It's where I told the guards to send healers.
wouldn't you need like, I don't know, someone who can, I guess, break an enchantment, a curse? I don't quite know what you could consider this as. Probably an enchantment.
It's protein magic. Its answer is yes. It's magic.
Paint is going to send a mental image to everybody of Arabean sitting at the end of the bridge, followed by Doggo last out there talking to him, followed by a question mark, and followed by the body and the rune thing. Though, notably, the rune is specifically misdrawn in the head. He's not been following most of this conversation, but he at least understands, okay, this rune is bad. Mortal mind should not look at it.
Oh, there's the rune. The symbol isn't on the rune at all. It's just Fari knows the symbol now.
And now there's a book with a bunch
Oh.
of copies of that kind of scribbled around.
Cool. You should put the sepia serpent on it so no one can actually read it.
I don't have that one yet.
Well, you need to get that one.
We should try and solve this ourselves. I hate to go and ask Arabane for help for everything. Clearly, something is going on. And this is threatening. But it is
Trip.
not yet beyond our control.
Fret will scribble out, then we go talk to that one.
Yes. But first, we turn the body over to the guard. And hope that it's not contagious.
Fret kind of his brow furrows as he considers. And just writes out, make sure they don't do what I did.
Are you not going to come with me?
Fret kind of just looks uneasy, back and forth between Lost and the others. and then kind of does a exasperated sigh. And then kind of just scrawls out, "I'll come if you want me to."
I want you to be safe.
Brett just kind of stifles a silent giggle, and then scribbles out, "I'm pretty sure that ship has sailed."
Looks around the boathouse. Is there a boat here?
Nope.
No. It has indeed sailed.
Y'all.
You are correct. There is no ship here. Just said with absolute seriousness.
Brett will just kind of do a dismissive hand gesture.
Paint sends a mental image of Doggo last, but he looks very wooden and he's stuck in mud.
He was trying to lighten the mood and he failed.
Wrong moment in time.
Anyways, Brett scribbles out, "Well, let's get going then." And then does like a little cheerful flourish at the end.
I am waiting for Raijin to eventually just do a compilation of all of Paint's mental images that he's sent.
I mean, Raijin is noting down every sticky note I make, apparently.
Yeah,
Lord.
and he also did a huge collection of all of Hunter's hiding places,
Raijin's amazing.
complete with notes of when he hid in that place, as well as the number of times he's hidden in those places.
All right, I'm gonna go deal with this plate really quickly. Then we'll get to the last few scenes of tonight, because it's 9:00. Yep. Oh wow, I
We
didn't
still
know.
got another hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's gonna be the last scenes. We'll see. Depends. I don't know how long these are gonna take.
In other news, Paint is sniffing around the boathouse. He is curious about this cat's lair.
His secondary layer, technically.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't know that. As far
is
as he
true.
is aware, this is Shoal's lair.
It
And he is
is.
disappointed with how barren it is.
Well, Shoal has not had it very long.
Either way, Lost is going to apologize for imposing on Shoal and thank him for the hospitality.
Squint.
In hospitality?
Whoever said. I lost where I was going with that. Never mind.
What? Whoever said you were hospitable?
Yeah, it's probably that. Whoever said I was hospitable was lying.
Well, yeah. Lost is a lion.
Wow.
All right. Now whose turn is it to be made of wood and stuck in mud?
That's a paddling.
I'm just watching Conrad start this model of paint, and it's like, I wouldn't even know where to begin with this.
It's magic and also mirroring.
Well, yeah, I understand the mirroring side, but
Man, when I watched Sam do my model and just all the intricacies that he dumped into it, I was shocked. I remember doing 3D back in high school and dabbling in it, and I made a spaceship and I was proud of myself. Now I'm looking back like, wow, I did something a 2-year-old can do. All right, so you guys get to the station, and Last is already prepared for the questions that he's going to get. So we're going to just skip over that this time to be nice. Not piss off the players too much.
Okay.
I don't know. I kind of want to hear these questions.
No. I think we're good.
It's fine. Last will weather them, and he is going to warn them not to try tracing the runes, as it may result in some sort of magic infection.
Oh no, this is outside of the station that you get the usual questions. When you get in the station, do you know what's the difference between the handful of guards that are just kind of working their asses off trying to make sure that they're not driving Captain insane, and the one healer in the building that they dragged here is?
What?
Oh, the moment you walk in, only one person in the room seems to suddenly look over with shock and horror and run over.
Oh, it's the one healer.
Yes, the one healer is on this man.
Lost sees this reaction. It kindles just a little bit of hope inside him.
It's like the healers are actually healers. And
Fret will scribble out, they only brought one?
the healer looks up and goes, "They said that he was pretending. This is not pretending."
Thank you! Lost glares at his compatriots in the
Everybody's
guards.
staring, and the healer looks back and goes, "Why are you standing there? Get more!" And now there's a scramble.
Sneezes in agreement.
Place coin counting office keeping layabouts.
They've never had to deal with the real situation before.
They're about to learn.
Yes, they're learning quick as like 18 of them are running out the door, running into each other.
Lost
I believe
shouting
this
at
is
them.
what is colloquially, I cannot say colloquially as Dr. Volt, known as a clusterfuck.
Lost is shouting at them all to get their shit together. They've known this has been real for weeks now.
The captain opens the door and shouts, "What the Why is there a dead man here? How do people do here?"
Okay. Captain, and he just motions with a finger for the captain to come over, because he's not going to the captain this time. She's coming to him.
She walks over and goes, "What the fuck?"
Not entirely dead. Soul locked in some sort of weird sleep stasis. Protean magic.
The healer goes, "God! You!" Points at one of the guards. "Get all the healers!"
Do not have someone attempt to trace the runes. Fret did that, and it seems to have done something weird to him.
The healer motions and goes, "Protean! No!" Poor guy is freaking out, doing all sorts of weird crap right now that you don't understand.
To make matters worse, he was also stabbed. It's a knife dipped in God's blood.
The healer's flailing now, and the captain's like, bag, 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 and you hear her run off, and then come back with a bag and throw it over the knife, and it goes, lead, 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 lead. Runs up and gets a lead box, and then looks at the knife in the box and goes, well, fuck! And the healer goes, I got this! Telekinesis in the lead box, and the captain slams it shut. And the healer goes, the fuck? And the captain goes, what the hell am I holding?
Well, it's not necessarily magic anymore. I think it only has one use.
She goes, no,
But-
no, no. You don't understand. This is actual evidence.
Yes?
We have evidence.
And then it finally dawns upon him. They've never, ever handled evidence. He didn't even work in law enforcement in his actual life. He worked in military, and they knew what evidence was. So he slowly turns away from the clusterfuck that are his coworkers, over to his team of competent people.
The clusterfuck that are his other co-workers.
And he suddenly finds himself extremely grateful that he has this clusterfuck of competent people that he is somehow the leader of and has not turned it into a roving trash fire yet.
As he looks over, and Paint is currently eating a half-eaten donut out of a trash can.
Fred is he has the book open again and is scrolling the symbol over and over again.
Shoal's gonna smack the book out of his hand.
Fred looks so offended and goes and grabs the book.
Stop focusing on the symbol.
It's probably a compulsion.
Do not think about pink elephant.
And the captain will
Brett
suddenly,
blinks.
from behind you all, go, why is there a note on his chest welcoming the recallers?
Ah, that was information that was not passed along to me.
Oh, right.
To be fair, with everything else, I kind of forgot that was there.
I also kind of forgot the stabbing and Fret's condition and the protean mess all sort of take precedence over the fact that this is clearly a calling card directed at us.
She goes,
Oh,
plastic
good,
bag.
so you're directly involved.
She goes, plastic bag, plastic bag. She comes back with a plastic bag. She goes, I hate this. I hate every ounce of this. But you know, I
Paint
always
is
wanted to be a guard. What?
Paint is sending a mental image of her with gloves on,
I get to
followed by
wear
a
the...
question mark.
She goes, right. I get to wear the plastic gloves. I get to do this for real now. Oh my god. Plastic gloves, plastic gloves. She comes back with plastic gloves, snaps them on, and proceeds to do the actual thing.
Like gasp.
So you may also want to bag the jacket that is soaked in animal blood.
She goes, I will, but we don't have plastic bags that big because we've never had to research a crime. So for the time being, and the fact it's been handled so much, I'm just going to bring it in my office, I think.
I suppose that's private enough. Will there be enough room for all the healers this person needs?
She goes, looks around and goes, and the healer goes, no! She goes, no.
Here's a question with the whole guide thing. Does Fred know of a good wide open area that would be out of the way of pry guys?
No, it's very likely they're going to take the guy with, honestly, at the end of the day.
I see.
The healer's just freaking out because he's looking at a mess.
Yeah.
This guy's not an EMT.
Okay, so Fret will scribble out uh particularly for Lost. So it just is going to show this just Lost of should we tell them that there's more of these weapons?
Yes. They need to know that this is not isolated.
She goes, what? Your captain goes, what?
Fret will scribble out, or rather, wipe out the first part of what he had just wrote, and instead add, there are a lot of these weapons.
She pauses. She stands up, clears her throat, adjusts her uniform, looks behind her, and says, you, pointing at one of the people. Everything goes in bags while you wear plastic gloves that can be put in plastic bags. If it looks remotely important, it goes in a plastic bag. If it looks unimportant, it goes in a plastic bag. I'm gonna go get screamed at by my boss now. Bye. She walks out.
Fret just blinks in confusion at what just happened.
She's gonna report in.
The entire force of the guard is going to get involved.
This went from a couple people are playing a game to, or a game that is not authorized, to this isn't the game.
Yeah, this is full on street war now.
As you guys stand there, the guy that is begging things tries his best. It ends up being 2 or 3 people. The poor healer is sitting there doing God knows what healery things. Eventually, EMTs will come, like actual emergency trained doctors, probably from the real life, and actually appropriately bring the body away. Well hidden, so that way not to cause issue. You hear the healer that was originally here just saying a bunch of medical crap. You're not sure how many of those things are actual words that he's saying at this point.
And we're wearing tongues rings.
Just because you're wearing tongues rings doesn't mean you know what an axillary, or I can't even pronounce that word, can I? Frontal lobe is. I was gonna say that.
Occipital lobe?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tongues ring, translate. Front brain skull case part.
But Fret will kind of look around and just kind of scribble out, is do I need to talk to some of these healers?
That would be wise.
Or rather, scribbles out talk to and writes write to. Well, Fret will hastily scribble a hi, I rune traced the thing. And then just go and walk over to one of the healers and uh point chalkboard at them.
Yeah, it's one of those things where one of the healers looks up, then pauses, then whispers something to one of the other or healers, and that healer just walks over and puts a hand on your head. Are you going to resist?
Um No. Though he is going to look very concerned and confused for a brief moment as he has a hand on his head.
The healer is going to kind of open one of your eyes and check your reactions and stuff like that. It seems you're getting a checkout.
Check up.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but my brain just went somewhere to a legendary scene from one of my favorite shows.
Oh,
Just Stargate SG-1, the episode where they're stuck in a time loop, and every time they loop, the doctor examines them, and as he's got the flashlight pointed in his eye, Jack O'Neill says, "I ask you, what could possibly be in my eye that would explain this?"
oh, that's great.
The healers, after doing a general thing, goes, "What year is it?"
Frit. Well, I gather he probably is aware of whatever the year is, so whatever
I
the
gather the answer could very much be, wait, what the fuck is a year?
Yeah.
I was half expecting Fred to, go the cheeky route and just say that it's a year, 50 years before what it actually is.
Oh, that's rude, but no. Fred's gonna be accurate here because
The year is
this seems
there's
concerning.
years.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's a symptom in Twilight. Okay, he thinks there is a year.
That's fair. Okay, so the response would be, I haven't established that in the measurement system yet.
Okay, good. So, are you having any flashbacks, thoughts of weird symbols?
Fred nods emphatically.
Is it distracting and make it hard to think?
Fred nods.
Is it causing you significant amounts of pain?
Fred shakes his head.
Okay, just kind of stuck in there?
Fred nods. Fred scribbles out, want to see it?
Sure.
Fred will open up the book and begin flipping through pages, and it's the symbol over and over and over and over and over and over. He is definitely on his way to filling a book with the symbol.
They nod, and they're gonna motion over to motion the group to see if anybody can come over.
Pain's coming over.
I guess Lost will come over?
All right, so congratulations, your friend here tried to decipher Protean. That is the symbol of chaos, and it's in their head. Usually symptoms last 3 to 4 days, but sometimes can be permanent. If he continues this erratic behavior for longer than 3 to 4 days, please bring him to the healers. It's not causing him pain currently, so he should be all right. It means it hasn't actually physically etched itself into his brain and become a part of his soul yet.
What happens when that occurs?
Well, we have a joke in the medical community that insanity can't be here because we do the same thing over and over again and expect different results here. Well,
Fred kind of just smirks so amusedly.
to put it blankly, he'd lose his mind.
He has one of those?
Fred just looks so offended.
Okay, so it's not like he's going to suddenly turn into a Protean. Good.
No. I don't think that Rune Trace is a powerful enough spell to do what could happen had he just tried to do a deep dive into the magic. It is a cursory glance, so it's unlikely, but that is the symbol of chaos. It's usually marked by those that have lost their minds and given into the will, as they say.
The will.
The will of chaos. The will of
Ah.
disorder.
The abstract notion of a fundament of existence.
More like the fundamental end of existence.
Incorrect, that's entropy.
As simple as throwing the
Fret-
wheel of sauce into the ring.
Fret will scribble out same thing and point at Lost.
No, that is not necessarily the same thing.
In this case, it is.
Conflating chaos with the end of all existence and entropy is...
Fret scribbles out, yep, that's a protean thing.
He just stops, makes a face. Damn it, Chainlinks, why did you teach me philosophy? I don't need this shit. Turns away. So long as Fret's going to be fine, I have someone else we need to talk to.
That is fine. We've got it from here. Just, if you notice any out of character behavior from him,
Aside from the book.
he's going to draw that symbol a lot. I meant more of the acting on impulse variety. Please let us know.
He already does that a lot as well.
Have you
Fret just
met?
barely
Fox
contains
before?
laughter.
He sighs and puts a hand to his head. If he starts randomly stabbing people and laughing maniacally, is that better? Blowing things up, setting things on fire, running around screaming for no reason,
Okay, that one. That one is the weird one.
stripping
If he
randomly.
I mean, if he can suddenly laugh and scream, that would be very strange.
The healer puts
And
a
I-
hand to their head.
I understand I'm probably taking this very nonchalantly, but given the amount of anxiety I normally have, this is how I compartmentalize.
Fine, we're going to go back to taking care of the patient. Just watch him.
I have 4 eyes. I intend to use all of them.
One for each of us.
And even that is not enough.
Of course not. We're us.
Rolls all 4 eyes.
And the healer's just going to go back to work. You just did that healer what a bunch of people did to you. And it's funny.
Yep.
You guys have, because I'm going to go grab some water. I should have done that when I was standing. You guys have between here and the main office to come up with a plan of how you're going to approach the next situation.
Oh, sorry.
I assume you guys are going to talk about what you're going to do.
We're gonna have to.
Fret will just kind of scribble out 2 words and kind of nudge Lost. And yeah, the 2 words are martial law with a question mark.
Oh, I hope not.
That would be so much fun.
I don't. Well. He's got something of a concerned look on his mask. Technically, he shouldn't even be wearing it right now. He's supposed to keep his mask off when he's not out doing your color stuff. It's helping him. I don't know what to think about that right now. It's not my call. And I don't want to believe that that one, or even Captain Untheim, might be enacting harm on Twilight.
Fret will scribble out. Someone is taking God's blood. Someone is betraying the people.
And it has to be someone who can go to other spheres. And it has to be someone with access.
Fret will kind of do the hastily hold up a hand, as if to stop lost statement there, and we'll scribble out. Not necessarily.
What do you mean? They would need to have access at least by proxy to get the God's blood.
Fret nods, and then scribbles out. They only need access to the storehouses, wherever it's held.
The organizations didn't want people to look at the wars. I wonder if it might be there. Maybe. Conjecture. First, we need to confront that one. Or at the very least, Captain Untheim.
Fret nods. Fret will scribble out to Dr. Volt. Is there a device to detect God's blood that we can use?
25 on knowledge. Is there a thing to detect God's?
Double checking right now to see if this is actually a spell. The best way of doing so would be able to detect divine presence.
Mm.
Do you know what the problem with that is? Detect-
This entire place is divine presence?
That and detect God is not a spell.
Well, I'm just
Well, yeah, of course,
thinking
the
back.
feeling.
The book we used, was it actually actively detecting where the
The God's blood was?
the spikes were?
Good question.
And actually, Fret will write that out for inquiry to Dr. Volt.
Whether the book pointed us towards the nearest God's blood or whether or not they had just pre-scouted a location with God's.
Fret does the affirmative finger gun gesture.
Well, that is at least a functional idea, which is one more functional idea than we had a moment ago.
I remember something. The victims, the past ones, they all mentioned that they were exposed to a room. Something that ensured they would not speak about the organizations. Do you think it could have been another Protean room?
Fret nods so emphatically.
Yeah, that sounds pretty obvious to me.
Paint gives a sneeze of agreement.
This one they had to make contact with. So it has to be somewhere. Hmm. But
Paint's
where?
going to send an image of the large cough that we're confronting Arabane on the bridge. Or the Arabanes, I guess. Followed by a question mark.
They could certainly find it, yes. It is Protean in origin.
He shakes his head and has them at a city gate waving in a amorphous blob shadow thing.
But that wouldn't make any sense. Why would Koff allow an outside threat in?
He basically sends the argument again that they had with Arabaean. Except they look even more angry than they probably did at the time.
By creating a problem, they prove the necessity of intervention within a problem.
Paint sneezes agreement.
The issue with that argument is that this problem is pre-existent. So, unless this was premeditated, their argument had no weight to begin with. They would have needed to have done this within the past few days. This is something that would have taken much longer in preparation, even with subjective time.
Fret has a sudden wild idea and hastily scribbles out a question to show to Lost. Can the Great Mirror be focused inwards into the city?
Last stops walking. I hadn't thought of that. Technically, it can show you anything in reality.
But strictly speaking, do we count as being within reality?
I don't know. I've never used it. I've never been able to bring myself to use the world mirror.
Fret just kind of scrolls out maybe an idea for how we can find some things.
It's worth a shot. The plaza is on the way to HQ. We should try.
Okay, you guys will be
Fret
able
has
to.
Fret. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Aaron.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Fret just kind of has a little delighted look.
So, you guys are going to try and look in the world mirror for things here, correct?
Correct.
And a
Anything?
trap.
With with the focus being a symbol that is etched in Fret's mind.
Yeah, so Fret, two problems. You're not in reality.
Oh,
And there's a lot of symbols of chaos etched across the universe.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
it was a great idea, but you could definitely find other places where it's been etched.
All right. Well, okay. So, proximity to the city. Are there any dangerously close?
Subjective. Are there any close? Yes.
Okay.
It's Proteans like to run around and fuck around. Of course they leave the
Huh.
symbol everywhere.
Okay.
Apparently some people even have it tattooed on them. Weird. You see in this weird game in this one realm on a book called Warhammer 4040K? Jeez, it's just everywhere.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't get the reference when you said something about arrows earlier.
Yeah, it's the divergent symbol. Chaos.
Bunch of losers.
I like that symbol. It's neat. I've never played Warhammer 4040K and never will I. But it's a neat symbol.
Bugs are better.
Where are you guys going next?
Onwards to our main objective.
Yeah,
I suppose.
if the mirror's a bust, I guess onward to HQ.
So you're gonna go bother that one?
Yep.
Yeah, and if we can't find that one, then we go to Untime.
Oh no, it's fairly easy to find that one. He's second command. He will be in his office, as he should be. His door is wide open. All you guys have to do is walk in, and he'll look up with his bright smile and go, "Hi! Hope you enjoyed the prank I pulled earlier."
On my stream, I have gotten a concept sketch of our culprit.
Oh, dear God.
Oh no.
Let me actually get your stream up so I can look. Really? 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 Okay.
But yeah. So Fret will get right to the point by scrolling out. Someone's been stealing God's blood.
And this is the first time you see him frown. And he just goes in the driest, flattest tone he can. What? And he flicks his fingers and the door slams shut. He goes, "No, what?"
Fret kind of does the affirming nod. And then begins hastily scrawling out further explanation of we encountered a dagger dipped in it.
He just stands up, walks to the office door and opens it, walks over in the next room, and you hear Untime go, "What the fuck are you? Let go of my..." And you watch as that one drags Untime in the room by the ear and then slams the door shut and goes, "I'm not repeating goddamn shit."
Fret nods, like hastily nods,
Untime
and then
goes,
kind of just gestures to us to hopefully continue so that he can take a break from writing.
Shola's going to go. So someone's this is an assumption. Someone's stealing God's blood because we found a dagger covered in it that had been dipped in it when it was made, slash enchanted.
Untime goes, that's impossible. We throw it all into the nothing.
Yeah. Tell that to the dagger that we found that was dipped in it.
Fret scribbles out with Protean runes imbued into it.
That one punches a wall, a hole into the wall. And Untime goes, that one, settle, breathe. That one goes, no, it's stabby,
Fret
stabby time.
flinches.
Wow, even Lost is just sort of leaning back a bit.
Now Untime's like, that one, why don't you go to the stabby room and stab a bunch of things and we'll talk. And that one goes, no, 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 no. We need to do the stabby of people. And Untime opens the door and shouts,
scribble out.
go ahead.
Fret will hastily scribble out. You might ought to hear the full story first.
Untime waves his hands and goes, no, 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 no. And he opens the door and says, we need the emergency, I want to stab everything kit. And that one goes, please don't put me in the straitjacket again. He goes, you going to go to the stabby room willingly? He goes, no, I want to hear everything. He goes, no, 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 that one. You're here to stab things, right? And that one goes, yes. And he goes, you're not smiling right now. And that one goes, yes. You're scary when you're not smiling. And that one goes, it's because somebody... And then he holds his mouth shut. And then goes, go, pushes him out the door. That one goes, but I need to know who I'm stabbed. And then Untime slams the door shut and goes,
Wait.
okay.
I'm gonna
Fret
assume there's a history there and not inquire further.
Yeah, Fret kind of just makes a sigh of relief.
That one's second in command, because if I ever were to fall for any reason here in the city, that one won't let it go any further.
Because he'll stab whoever caused it?
He'll stab that and anybody else trying to get in here.
That's fair.
When he's not
I like this plan.
smiling, it means that he's very close to going berserk.
So what you're saying is we need to find out who's responsible and then tell that one and then just let the problem solve itself.
I would rather you not. That one has
Fret,
shattered souls.
Yeah, Fret scribbles out. Also, it might be kind of dangerous. There's a lot of those weapons.
So,
what-
wanna tell me what you told that one to make him not smile?
We just did.
Someone is stealing God's blood, or somehow acquiring it and bringing it here.
Okay, that's a very large problem.
It's not just God's blood. According to Fred, from what he saw, it was truly corrupt God's blood.
Okay, well, that's very bad because we do have documented areas where that can be harvested relatively easily. The problem is that all check-ins and checkouts are monitored very closely. And any of it ever brought in is disposed of instantly.
By whom?
Top 5 layers. Myself, that one, and 3 levels down. There was a reason why that one was there at the edge when you guys arrived with any level of God's blood.
What about the originals?
No, why would they be bothered? They usually patrol the outer skirts, the areas that aren't as monitored by us.
Paint brought up a good point. When we were walking over here, Paint reminded us that the original Koth were arguing with Arabane over their lack of involvement, the enforced lack of involvement. Could it be possible that they would do something like this?
I would hope not. The originals are all constructs. Well, they have full souls now. When they were originally brought here, they were duty bound. I assume that would still be the case.
I would also hope that's the case.
But that is far out of our hands. If one of them were to flip, that would be an Arabane's directly. They serve him specifically.
Then I guess we deal with what we can deal with for now. Who are below you in that one? You said there were 3 layers left.
Yes. There's the regionals. There's the third in command. There's 2 of them. Well, let me go backwards. Between me and that one, beneath, there's 2. Below them are the regionals, and below them are the local captains. For instance, Tooth.
A captain for each district.
Yes.
Fred has kind of a very concerned look.
Now, bear in mind that there are 19 districts, and technically we do not have one in the Sovereign's domain. So
that's a total of
18 captains, and each one of the regionals has... Why is my brain forgetting numbers now?
11T.
There's 6 regional captains. They each purview 3. The 2 at the next level each watch 3 of them.
But a total of 26, if I counted right.
Yes.
That's a lot of people.
It is. But at the same time, it can't be any of them.
I assume you state that with such confidence because you trust them implicitly.
Oh no, there's no trust. Things slip through sometimes. We gotta be careful. Zone of truth, morality checks are very commonplace between us. Even on Tooth.
Fret will have a very, very concerned look and scribble out. It's already been established that the Protean runes are more powerful than zones of truth.
But so far, the only kind of Protean rune influence we found is, well, yours and the other victims. And those runes only compelled them not to talk about something.
Fret has a worried look and scribbles out, we don't know that that's the extent of it, though.
We do quite a few things. But under the circumstance, we will probably be running another more thorough check. I wouldn't worry
With
about
the
them.
level of magic that is involved in this, it is entirely possible that Someone could even be an operative without any ideas that they are an operative.
That's good information. That, on the other hand, changes things. This means that we'll have to run other checks, mind searches. It's a good thing we got a Jin around. She's fantastic at that.
What, you mean like a geish?
Mm-hmm. You met her. She powered you up, did she not?
No,
Geish is in the spell.
Oh,
Oh, you mean Geas?
gaze.
Or is there
A geese. A gaze.
Geis, geish, geis.
There's a bunch of different ways to say it depending on where you're from.
No, we got a Jin here that can do mind checks.
Yes, I remember them. He has a deadpan expression.
As far as a gaze is concerned, plausible. I just feel it'd be hard for an upper level that never leaves the city to be able to get their hands on such stuff without being noticed. So if it is coming from Recaller's hands, it's probably not at this level. But we will begin from the top down, and thank you for giving me a reason to be involved now.
This,
Fred,
of course, assumes it is a known quantity that is involved in the first place.
There should be none in the city. The only amount that is currently authorized to be in the city was a small amount in your hands, a small amount in your boss's hands, small amount in a couple of other city or
No.
scientists.
I mean a known quantity as in a person of power that we know about.
It's hard to say.
After all, this is a spy game, is it not? It leads the mind to wonder who is operating behind the curtain.
Fred will scribble out. More importantly, what do we do about the weapons?
Until we can find them, there's nothing we can do. When we do find them, we're just going to throw them to the nothing.
Fred nods.
Unless this potentially unknown person has found a way to retrieve things from the nothing.
No. If they could do that, they could do far worse.
Paint is going to send a mental image of a very pompous, high and mighty person. Clearly, what you could interpret as a noble. And then the letter that was found on the person's body, just that picture, followed by an office that probably looks very similar to the what's their face? Volt's new boss's office, but with the pompous individual inside of said office, followed by a question mark.
The substance I have been authorized to use is not of the purity of evil of
He
that was on
shakes
the
his
blade.
head. He shakes his head, and the mental image kind of has a very large, like, lights around the letter welcoming the recallers. And then you see a little bit of kind of a list. Followed
Fred has a look
by...
of realization.
He looks over at Fred.
Fred has a panicked look and hastily writes out, It's someone in the council.
Nod. Sneeze.
Would someone on the council have that kind of pull?
Fret will hastily read out. Someone on the council probably knows that I tried to get a interview.
Another sneeze.
Untime says until you have proof of such, maybe the Recallers need to play a reverse spy game.
Fret nods.
Because it could be anybody right now.
Do we have someone who could track the original writer of that letter?
Here of all places? Do you think anybody that was careful enough to orchestrate this much nonsense and get their hands on, of all things, God's blood would be that careless?
Fret kind of does the "that's fair" kind of shrug, nod.
So it is unlikely, but it is also potentially that they would use methods to cover their tracks to point us at someone they wish to be out of the way. Spycraft is a thing like this.
And in fairness, if others can be manipulated with the Protean runes, the original writer might not be involved at all, no more than a victim.
My only suggestion is that if there was a letter that called us out by name, maybe it wasn't unintentional.
I cannot fathom why. Why all of this?
Hey, last.
Yeah?
Which organization inside the Twilight doesn't play games?
The Recallers doesn't?
Hey, last. If you want to play a serious game and have a whole lot of fun, who are you going to target?
The one organization that doesn't play.
This is where the Saw intro plays, right?
I'd like to play a little game.
And I think this is a good point to end.
Screaming.
Bam.
With all of you standing in a
Damn.
room as you guys realize that somebody wants to play a game.
A real game. With real consequences.
Seems they wish to play a game. Unfortunately, it also seems they have stacked the deck.
It's not a fun game if the players win right away. See, I had a backup endpoint.
Did you though?
Yes. Who wants to
Did
flip the
you?
table?
Sure.
We found out that the people orchestrating this
Like,
shadowy.
kind
No, Shul called it. Shul can play it.
That was a slow
Okay.
transition.
We find the people who are organizing the shadowy game are just, all seated around a table deciding what happens by rolling dice.
God.
That'd be a little too meta.
I mean, yeah, that's For this particular circumstance, yes. But I'm tempted to use it now. Anyways.
I mean, if they're servants of chaos.
Either rate.
We bust in through the wall, see them all doing it. Shoal bites out one of the table legs. I've ruined your game. Leaves.
The game is over. Alright, so...
No further explanation. Shoal just leaves.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Here in a moment, we're going to raid Razem on my end, because he's got another game after this in about 5 minutes. But...
I'm gonna raid, I don't know who. I'm gonna go do my outro.
Okay, go ahead and do that. I'm
Okay.
going to do mine. Thank you so much for watching. Like and subscribe below if you're in YouTube land. Find me in Twitch if you're not over in Twitchland. Otherwise, yeah, drink more water.
That's twitch.tv/drunk_dragon_era.
That's Zim. He's apparently my ad agency.
Someone needs to be.
Excuse me. I put out ads sometimes.
Excuse you, princess.
One way or the other, hey everybody, drink more water, get plenty of rest, take care of yourselves, and... Oh, I forgot to hit the actual raid button. Yeah. Send you all over to Zim. Zim good. That's twitch.tv raw_Zim. That's RA_ZIM. You all have a wonderful night. Goodbye!